Maybe some of you followed the Super Week live stream all night and during the morning. Maybe some of you have just joined. Well, welcome. I'm sure those of you that have followed since yesterday know what Super Week is about. Basically, all aspects of data. We've been a community of people enjoying Super Week now for 10 years and discussing all aspects, all kinds of how data plays into business, into analysis, into how we can change things, how we do things in business, and how we can change lives essentially. And I mean, normally we would be on a mountaintop, but we can't do that this year. So I'm at home in Zug in Switzerland. I'm sure you are all over the world, and the format obviously is this insanely ambitious 24-hour live stream, which has already been going now since yesterday. So I think a big kudos to Solly for dreaming up such a crazy ambitious idea to do that and join us all in this marathon of data discussions and data content. And if you look at the agenda, you can see that it spans really a broad set of topics. So I'm going to be hosting a couple of sessions, 3 to be exact, plus doing some lead in and lead out over this morning. And when I prepared for this, I thought, what is the overarching theme that I could boil 10 years of data discussions down to? And I realized that we can do it from the very geeky side and talk about what are the key metrics and how do we protect privacy in the data collection, and how do we utilize this data in an ethical way, again, to do better business, etc. But then I realized that maybe instead of that, it would be more interesting to do it by example and put it into context, basically from the other side, and start a series of talks with entrepreneurs that have built businesses around the use of data in very different verticals and very different niches, or markets rather, but where the essence, for me at least, is that I don't think those businesses could have existed if they didn't have access to digital data, and data in a broad sense, not just behavioral data from a website, but really deep data. So what I will be doing is interviewing entrepreneurs on how they relate to data, how they've built their businesses on the use of data, and try and get their perspective on that. And in the first slot here, I have the very big pleasure of introducing a really, really good friend of mine, plus a former colleague and insanely smart London-based friend, Matt Phelan. Matt, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Kris. How are you doing?
Okay. Can we bring him onto the screen?
I think I'm on. I think I can see myself on there.
Ah, perfect. Awesome. Hey, Matt. Good morning.
How are you? How are you doing, Kris? Good intro.
Very good. Yourselves? I think it's really early. It's even earlier in London than it is here in Zug.
Well, I've got small children, so when you said this time, I was like, I'll be up anyway. So it's 7 o'clock. It's just gone 7 here.
Matt, I've known you for a very long time, and you're smart. You're a serial entrepreneur. You build businesses around the use of data, as I said in the intro. Maybe introduce yourself a little bit to the audience first.
So I met Kris. How I got into this world, like many people, was via Google. So I met Kris at a Google conference many years ago, having a Guinness in Dublin somewhere. My background was I built a digital marketing agency, like I'm sure there's many people in the analytics background listening, called 4Ps. But we built the agency built on a Richard Branson quote that your customers don't come first, your employees come first. But as we started to go on the sort of data journey, and it was the early days of attribution and those kind of debates, I realized that we were collecting data on everything in our business, apart from the number one thing that we talked about, which is our culture. So in your tag, it says the happiest index, which it's a sudden rebrand for us, but it's we built something called the happiness index. But I quite like the new brand that's been invented this morning, because what we were trying to do is, obviously correlation doesn't equal causation, but I just wanted to know, was there a correlation between how our staff were feeling and how our customers were feeling? So Matt Stannard, who's been a speaker at Super Week before, and many of you may know, is our head of robots. And he just built a simple bit of code that just, all we were looking at is there a correlation between happy employees and happy customers. And then 6-7 years later, we're collecting that data across 90 different countries. And it's one of the most fascinating things that I've ever done. And one of the reasons I came on is I've just written all the data into a book here called.
I'm going to ask you about that, Matt. I was going to ask you about that.
So that's
before you start talking about it. Matt, I want to set you up to introduce the book, but maybe the key question there is from sort of what you've been doing up until the point where you decided to write the book. What's sort of the essence of what you think data can do? Not just for business, I mean, that's what it is, but how does it bridge from business over to actual people?
Yeah, I think firstly, I want to point out what I don't think it can do. And this might be quite a controversial statement. We live in a world that lots of people call post-truth, don't they? And they talk about things like Brexit, and they talk about things like Donald Trump. And one thing I think all of us in data have to be really careful about doing is presenting our data sets as truth or fact. So the reason I say that is I've probably got one of the biggest databases on happiness in the world at the Happiness Index, but that data is only correct in that second of time when it was collected. And we can learn incredible amounts from this data. And it can shed more light on a subject that we don't understand. But I think we all have the responsibility, and entrepreneurs and business people want to do this all the time, especially as I worked in the digital analytics, Google Analytics, and that space, is that we feel a pressure to present our analytics and our data as truth and fact, because maybe it's driven by ego, maybe it's driven by commercial reasons. But I think what data does is it helps people make better decisions. But we've got to not fall into the trap of saying this is truth, this is fact, no matter how complete the data set is, because there's this crazy thing called context. So the minute that data changes, you've collected it, it's out of date.
Do you agree that the industry has had, or we have all had, a tendency to say we're using the data to confirm what we wanted it to confirm, right? Which is not good science, right? Instead of asking more open questions and say, what can we learn from the data?
I think one of my observations from moving from I would say broadly customer analytics to working more in sort of like human analytics, is people on the human analytics tend to work closer together, and there's less competition between different data sets, as in, because in the sort of advertising world, you've got the big beasts, haven't you? And they all want to compete with each other. So there's lots of people who are not going to share data. And I'm not talking about sharing data as in like Tim Cook's statement really recently from Apple. I'm just talking about it from an anonymous understanding perspective, not to target, but to understand. And I think that's a really important slight difference to understand rather than to optimize. And I say this as someone who spent years trying to use it optimize and so on and so on. But now I definitely, I feel like I've changed my thinking on it to more around enlightenment and understanding.
So let's elaborate on that, and then I mean, you can talk about it also in the context of your book. You said it very interestingly, right? We're going from, let's say, some kind of descriptive analytics to people analytics. Maybe talk a little bit about what you realized that led to the foundation of happiness index.
Well, what the first thing we found is two. I think we've found two things, and I think both of them are quite beautiful. Which is when I meet people, and I'm just going to test this on you now, Kris, just really quickly. What makes you happy, Kris?
3 things.
Yeah.
Playing with Lego, finding patterns in data,
yeah,
and executing ideas.
I love it. So I ask every person I meet, I ask that. And nobody.
And we didn't rehearse this. I think that's important.
But everyone that I have ever asked that has said a different answer. And there are themes. The more Danish a person, the more likely they are to mention Lego. That comes up a lot.
Sorry.
But there are big themes. So the first beautiful thing is that every single person is different. There is a uniqueness to what makes people happy, even though there are big themes. And secondly, going into the big themes, all the things that lead and help create an environment for happiness are all free. They're all free to implement. They don't cost anything. Like one of the big ones that comes up in a lot of our data sets consistently across every country is thanks and gratitude. So these things, like me reminding myself to say thank you, Kris, for inviting me on, it's important. Like at the end of the day, we're human beings. So the more data I've seen in this area, the more human it's made other people seem. And I think in a world that can get very polarized sometimes, I think it's quite beautiful that data can help bring people together.
And I think there's some really interesting insights in that sociologists have also pointed in, right? That say one thing is the frequency of those little pings, which I mean is driving, if you do event-based analytics, which I'm sure a lot of the viewers of the Super Week live stream are, you can see in the event stream how humans need those little pings reminding us that we belong to a group of something.
Yeah. And
then a separate discussion from that is, of course, all the attributes. What is the quality of this little ping? Is it, do you actually mean it? Is it in a certain context? Et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's what you've been exploring with the happiness index. You've been trying to figure out what are all these attributes? How can we describe with data, qualitative, descriptive, and quantitative, why people feel, as you say, welcomed, liked, loved, etc. Right?
Absolutely. And the third element is it really helps you test assumptions. So if you go on LinkedIn now, you will hear different business leaders giving you their different view on how you should lead. And you might see 15 different bits of advice from people, but that bit of advice is based on their personal experience. So someone might be saying, treat people like this, or lead like this, or do like that. But it's normally based on their own one data set, which is their experience of their 1 or 2 businesses that they have led. So I think it's so useful. And anyone that's from medical analytics here will know this, that there are so many things that we assume are good for us that could actually be bad. And until you advance medical research in certain areas, I think it's a really terrible example to use, but I think there was a period in time when if you had diarrhea as an example, it was assumed that you should give people less water because people thought, okay, that's bad because it stops pushing stuff in the system. But I think the latest medical advice, if someone was to have diarrhea, would be to continue consuming water. But that's an assumption. Once there was more medical research and more data, that There was a bad assumption that was wiped out the way. And the same is in business and the same is in analytics, that as we get more data, we can test these assumptions, which I think is a really cool thing to be doing.
So I think that's a perfect lead into to talk a little bit about Freedom to Be Happy, your book, where you're basically claiming that there is a correlation or a relationship between happiness in the ways you've realized you can measure it and business. Can you explain what you're trying to do in the book?
So the first bit of research, firstly, what I wanted to do, and I think this is very applicable to this area, is that I wanted to bring together three types of people. I wanted to bring together data people, storytellers, and practitioners. And you get rare people like Kris that can do all, but most of us are good at one of them. So most of us are either will hedge towards one of those areas. So what I did is I just seeked out all the data people and scientists have done loads of good research. For philosophers, as in storytellers, because I do believe philosophy has a really important part within business and within data and analytics, because we are human beings, and story is how we remember. But I also wanted frontline practitioners, people that were actually playing with this stuff.
So you interview a lot of people for the book, right? That have their stories from business experience.
Yeah, so they're all on the Happiness and Humans podcast. But what I wanted to do is just go through all the different types of research. So it goes back to the first bit of research I go back to is the 2005 bit of research that basically dispels everything that our parents taught us, which is if you work hard at school, get a good job, get promoted, have a family, have loads of children, then you will become happy. That the 2005 research says that it's the flip way round, which is if you are happier, you'll do better at school, you'll get better exams, you'll do better at work, and then you'll be more successful. So it flips the success happiness part. So it sort of challenges the pursuit of happiness to actually focus on, and this is why in this pandemic, things like well-being and happiness and mental health have become such important topics, because people are starting to realize without them, they can't function their roles as well as they could. So I took it from there and then just investigated all the different bits of research, like that Alex Edmonds did a 28-year study into American stock market that showed that if you were to invest in companies that treated their employees better, you would per year achieve a better stock return between 2.5 and 3%, which is massive. But that's per year over a 28-year period. And then there's all this. So
hang on, Matt. So let's just bring that down to something very specific. So what you're saying there is that the conclusion is that with the right measurement, excuse me, of employee happiness, companies actually track better over long periods of time, significantly better. So this is a business case, right? It's actually worth doing and proving with data that it's a good idea to keep your employees happy.
Yeah, I mean, what I've stopped doing is drawing any conclusions in life. That particular study, study shows it. But I won't draw a conclusion. But what I have seen is that, you know, in business, people use that if you can, and we use it in analytics a lot. If you can measure it, you can manage it. I don't believe in that anymore, and I think that results in a lot of bad decision making. I flip that round now to say that if you value it, measure it, and it's a subtle change for me, because I believed for years that if you can measure it, you can manage it, and I don't believe that anymore. In the same way that you can't manage happiness, but by measuring it and understanding what makes people unhappy, you can consistently improve the business. Which I would also apply that into the other area of analytics now. So I've been on my own journey of analytics and data understanding, but by playing with it in the human space, it does change the way that you think about this stuff.
So if you were an analyst working with data in some corporation, for example, if you're a practitioner listening to the stream, just on a very low practical level, where would you start? What would you suggest someone should do if they wanted to prove, to a company that's not doing this today, how happiness influences performance? Where would you start? Would you take the analytics data? Would you do a questionnaire?
I would start with sitting down key people in the business, and I would not tell them that this was an analytics or a data conversation, because as soon as you tell someone it's a data or analytics conversation, their brain changes. I would sit someone down and I would say to them, what do you believe is the important things in this business? Like what is part of your philosophy? Do you believe in looking after your customers? Do you believe in looking after your employees? And try and understand like what the value drivers are and what people think is important. And then think about how can data give them more information to help that person make better decisions? Because not everyone has been through an analytics career or a data career. And many people, when you mention analytics and data, and they won't admit it to a group like the people who listen on here, all the experts, but many leaders are scared of data. But they will never tell you this. Because they will worry that it will make them look stupid. Like how could a CEO of a huge company not understand analytics or data? Because they're used to reading a finance report. So I would just try and understand what the value, what is valuable in that business type, and then think about how you can measure and provide information on that to the board. But I always think it's important to be thinking from a board level so that you can drive change, because I see so many amazing data teams that are working in little bits of the business that the board don't even know about. And I want to cry, because I think these people are so talented and their data and their information is being ignored. So I would just start with very simple questions around what the board thinks is valuable for business success.
I get this image in my head of someone trying to do a 1,000-mile journey, and they're looking to buy a bike for it, which probably works. It just takes a very long time to accomplish it. Yeah. So if they got a car instead, they would do it faster. Well, the question then is, would they actually arrive more enlightened if they did it on the bike? You know what I mean? Yeah. Fast is not the answer, and we have a tendency to think that's a quick answer because we just use the KPIs that we've always used. We think inside the box, and what you're saying is basically throw all that away and start looking at other means to understand. Excuse me. Essentially, the business performance, but expressed through employees.
Yeah, and also, Kris, if you look at what you did with the bike and the car there, you turned into the third element that I know that you do well as well. You turned into a philosopher. So get outside. Yeah. Well. Get outside of the data teams, and because what you're talking about there is asking people about philosophy, and in many ways people think these worlds are separate, don't they? You think philosophy is over here and data and science is over here, but the more we integrate with different views, different thinking, different people, and like we discussed off air, Kris, the thing that we miss the most is being able to meet different people from around the different world with different perspectives. So just getting out there and interviewing people on what they value and what their philosophies are around business would be my starting point.
So as we are moving towards the end of our time slot, a couple of minutes, Matt, what would you now we talked about, what can a practitioner do to not be stuck in the little silo and look at only web-centric data or even consumer-centric data, with a people perspective. I mean, people are people. Sometimes they're consumers, sometimes they're employees, sometimes they're stakeholders or peers, or if you had to sort of bring it all back, what looking forward, what do you think will change how entrepreneurs like yourself can do business based on data?
I think if we go back to the most human thing that people have been doing data well before analytics and all these platforms and the big tech companies, which is everyone does in coffee shops, and I can't wait for us to be able to go back to coffee shops, which is just understanding through observation. So who doesn't like sitting in a coffee shop just watching what all these strange other human beings do? So I would, and again, you don't suddenly try to draw to a huge conclusion on the 5 people that you saw come and go in that coffee shop and extrapolate that out to the rest of the world. So to answer your question, I would just say, again, it's just that message to use, to go back to the human level, that data is there just to enlighten and understand, and just keep reminding ourselves to fall out of the trap that we're trying to show data as truth. So I know I've got a bit full circle there, but I think just keep imagining it from those real life perspectives. Otherwise, you can get caught. You could get caught in the database and in the spreadsheet, and suddenly you lose the ability to work out how this works in the real world. So try and do some data collection in the real world would be my advice as soon as we can. It's different. It's people from all over the world. But the minute we can get out there, the first thing I'm going to do is sit in a coffee shop and just watch the world go by and observe people.
Which I guess also ties into, it's interesting on the philosophical side of that. What you're saying is sometimes a holistic approach where you do not set the exact target before you start can be at least as good as an approach where you're trying to prove, as we also talked about in this conversation, you try to prove a point that you already think is right with data that you then decide to collect.
Yeah, and
whereas the other way around seems to be much stronger.
And even the most scientifically set up test, even the best professor at the best university in the world, there must be some kind of subconscious level that makes them want to prove their point and come out with some great research. Whereas if you take away all that pressure and actually just think you're just here to learn and go back to being a child, and this is information to advance yourself and your own knowledge, I think the richness of what people are doing could increase hugely, and it's almost like chucking off the chains of the way that we've been thinking.
And I think you, as a closing statement, you agree with me that there's a huge opportunity there in new businesses to start on the basis of that approach to data.
Absolutely, Kris. And I think, and also going into closing, one thing I do want to say is I've always wanted to come to this, show, and I've never been able to because of my diary. So how amazing is it that there is one, me personally, there is one positive out of coronavirus, which is that I got to come and hang out with you at this show, Kris.
We could bring the show to you.
Yeah.
Matt, with that, thanks a lot for doing this. Really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it as well.
I did. And like I said halfway through, thank you. I really appreciate being invited on, and I'd love loads of people to connect with me on LinkedIn, because this is an area that I'm passionate about. So if today has sparked stuff in people's head, just message me. I'd love to hear your ideas and what you're thinking about. And also, if you think I was completely wrong on everything, tell me as well. I'd love to know.
Thanks, everybody. Go and get his book, Freedom to Be Happy. And ping Matt. He's a really nice guy. I'm sure he'll give you good responses. And I think with that, our time is up. And I think next on the Super Week stream agenda is a slot with Mr. Varga. So I think they will cut to that in a second. And I'll see you all later for the second interview.
See you guys.
Guys, I will show you the everyday life activity of an analytics expert based on examples from my everyday life. So, what happened when your manager asked you to provide some data to give him weapons to fight the market battle? I will show you what to do. Let's suppose this is the raw data they have asked you to analyze. So this raw data contains everything you need to produce the weapon for your market manager, for your sales team, for your company success. First, what you should do with your raw data, you should separate the noise from the information. You should slice and segment the data just to find out where is the gold hidden in all these data points. Let's do it. Let's slice it. Of course, all the time you need the proper tools. Not just any, but the proper tools. Let's go and segment our data. First, we will have to filter out the noise, and we will do it now. Now your marketing manager is ready to fight the battle with the competition. I will show you how my manager is fighting the competition in my neighborhood.
Welcome back, everyone. So we are live again, and I hope you enjoyed the little slot with Mr. Varga there. As the next interview in this little series that I gave the headline, What We Learned from 10 Years of Analytics. Again, I want to bridge from that over to the fact that data is everywhere, and data is no longer just web-based or very siloed, which is what we in the industry struggled with for many, many years. Data is so much more now. And that means that businesses are now in existence, obviously very big businesses that are essentially data businesses. You could argue that a Google, that a Facebook, etc., are more data businesses than anything else. Maybe not so much an Apple. They still have a hardware business and patents, of course. But from those huge companies where data is at the essence, and all the way down through how we do business, it has really changed over the last 10, 15 years. All the way to where companies are being created and started from people that realize that with the right data, they can actually build a growth business in different niches or different markets. So for the next interview, I thought I would try and apply that idea or that thought on another entrepreneur, a great friend of mine and very passionate guy, Aristo, not Swedish, but based in Stockholm. Welcome on Super Week Live, Aristo.
Thank you very much, Kris. Great to be here.
Hey, my friend. Good morning. How are things in Stockholm?
Good. Snowy. Finally, we have a lot of snow, so everything is like it should be.
Yeah, and you're not so much in lockdown as the rest of us.
No, we are on a more flexible model. So obviously restrictions, but not as strict as many other European countries.
Exactly. So Aristo, as the first question, I know you as a very passionate, very data-driven entrepreneur, building Loop, a software company in the, what can I call it, micro-learning, micro-mentoring, not traditional HR space. Could you elaborate a little bit on, well, first of all, introduce yourself.
Sure, thanks. So yeah, I'm the CEO of Loop. We are a Swedish company working in, I would say it's the HR tech market space, but we really focus on reskilling and upskilling employees. So what we do is we have a SaaS platform that we market to companies globally, and what we do is help them to make sure that they constantly have the right skills within the organization. So, for example, we know that digital. Sorry, Kris.
So let's get back to what Loop does. I meant, what is your experience with data?
My experience with that. Oh, sorry. Sure. So, I mean, as any company, data is, we use data in several ways, and I'd say that the core of what we do is to try to find where is the market going by using all the data available. So we really do a lot of research, and we use existing research to understand what is shaping the market today, basically. Then, of course, we use data in all of our business functions. And for example, like, I mean, any other company would do is within marketing, within sales, within product development. So data for us is really an integral part of what we do, and as that, we really treat it as one of our kind of core assets. And when we started, we didn't really know how. What, for example, if you look at what skills and competencies are relevant today and what skills and competencies are going to be relevant tomorrow, that is really something that data can help you to understand. And that is for us really the core of our business, to constantly keep an eye on what's going on and how are skills developing on the market.
So I don't know if you listened in on the interview I did with Matt Phelan just before from the Happiness Index, but one of the conclusions there is that they have successfully argued that measuring the happiness of employees correlates with business performance in a very clear way, and that's a very different take on analytics, if you will. It's a very different data set from consumer data or traditional HR data, which was very goal driven and very did you take this test, did you pass that, did you do this, etc. With what led you to create Loop, you must have realized that there's another data set, that's another way to generate an understanding with data that comes from letting people share knowledge, ideas, and I mean, you call it skill-based. I think a skill is something you achieve based on some kind of mentoring or learning process, or listening to someone, or being guided to read the right material, etc. So again, at the essence of what led to Loop, there must have been a realization that there is something that could be captured in data that companies typically do not do today. Is that a correct assumption?
Definitely. I think you're right on the point. I mean, I think that data is I mean, the fun thing about data is that we have so much data, and we just need to understand how to use it or which data to use. And as you're pointing out,
but maybe the point is we have the wrong data.
Sometimes we do. I mean, we have. I would say we have all the data we need, but we need to use it, and of course, it has to be qualitative data, but also to see it in different ways. For example, I know I didn't listen, unfortunately, to the entire speech before, but if you look at how employees, the happiness correlates to the business value or the business results, obviously it's something that you would expect, but without data backing that up, then it's just an assumption. So I think it's very important to find, and also to find which angle you want to analyze data from. So as you said, why did we start Loop? I mean, because we saw that there was a huge unused potential within companies, but that potential was at the time just something we felt. We didn't have data to back it up. But once you start doing interviews, you start getting more data out of that, then you really see that, yes, there is data backing this up. So there is a business opportunity here. And then obviously you can build up your data to continuously improve your business model and what you're doing. So I really think that thinking of data in different ways is one of the secrets, or one of the ways that companies really can come up with new interesting things.
So there are two aspects here. One aspect is, how does this data influence business performance? And then there's another discussion, of course, how it plays a role in Loop specifically. But if we focus on the first, I think a lot of viewers of the Super Week live stream here are analysts or practitioners, or maybe on the business side, working in companies that use analytics on a databases. What would your advice to them be in terms of A, is it even the right data that they're collecting? B, how can they put that data into context? C, from your experience, also as a consultant, what is the right way to go about presenting this data to management?
That's very relevant questions. I think we would need a few hours to go through that in a proper way. But well, I think some obviously
we have 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll compress it into but seriously, I think that obviously some data analytics are pretty straightforward. You need to keep an eye on some things, and those are kind of built in your business. But as I said, I think you always need to, when we say innovation, we think of, new ways to do things and new business models, but really, I think innovation has to apply to everything and how you use data as well. Data is again, one of our most important assets. So if you apply innovation to that and you start looking at data in a different way. So yes, we've done this with the data we have, but what could we do more? And then you combine that with kind of obviously your business and how do you see your business model evolving and changing? So the data will support, of course, that. But I do think that the data is a great mine for finding new things that you haven't thought of. And of course, to do that, that's why these new roles, well, new, no, they're not new anymore, but all the data analytics and working with all the information we have, these are so important because really they can unlock a number of new business opportunities that you didn't see before. So, the best.
Do you have a good example of that, Aristo, from a client?
Yeah, I think this happens actually every day. If you just think of the simplest way is to look at the data and say, what more can we do with this data? I know, for example, a construction company that had sensors for streets, and then they started measuring the traffic, and then from that they began to do more things with the data about the traffic, and then they created additional services that were actually quite far from the core business, but very meaningful in their ecosystem. And obviously, it meant they could use the entire data they had to create new services and additional business. So really, just look at your data and try to think of it without the boundaries of the framework of your own business, just to see what more can we do with this. And often there is a lot more that you can do.
And I guess your point is also think outside the box. Don't accept the conventions of what metrics are the right ones.
Definitely. I would say that is really the key. So the metrics are often metrics that have been there and they're well oiled and they're fine to work with from a operational business perspective. So they're supporting you, but it's really about, I would say, again, innovation and continuous improvement. You continuously improve the way you do business by looking at the data you have and both optimizing the business, but also finding new ways of doing business. And I think a lot of times you're surprised of what kind of data you have.
But Matt made a point in the other interview that many business leaders on the management level and up are maybe a little bit afraid of exposing how little data they have or their knowledge on what data can do. Do you see that also? You have some really good examples of global corporations that you have worked with in Loop that are realizing, and we'll come to that in a second, but that are realizing how powerful the right data is for driving organizational change.
I think really that is changing a lot. So yes, traditionally probably that has been one challenge, but I do think that what we're seeing now is that companies are really exploring new ways again to use the data. I mean, we have telecoms that have used during the COVID crisis, they have used their traffic data to understand where people were gathering and where they're respecting the restrictions. And that is, even though probably it's not generating money, it's not monetizable right now, but it's a branding and a marketing thing. So that is how they use data the data they had available, and that is data they have. So it's not something they're kind of, it's just in their systems. So basically, it's very simple for them to use it. But I think we have a lot of examples of other companies that are just, really looking at, okay, what can we do with the data we have, and what more data can we gather or unlock to do more things, to provide more services, more products. So I really think that is something that has changed a lot in the past years.
It's almost like the role of a data analyst needs to change from someone that describes performance of what exists to be someone that suggests business opportunities in what could exist, product-wise or market-wise, with data.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean,
I don't know how do you see that? Sorry, please.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree, and I think that is something that also is changing. So you see the role of data analyst or these kind of roles that are kind of climbing up in the organizations and are closer to the decision making, because as you said, they're going from monitoring the performance to really come up with new ways to generate value for the company. So that is something that probably is very company specific, how mature the company is, but I think that is definitely a trend that will continue to grow in I mean, as data is increasingly important.
Aristo, you've been doing interviews and also for podcasting, for the Loop podcast with some business leaders. In your experience, what is the key data that they mention have given them insights to change their business?
Well, I think that it's more a kind of unstructured actual data. So it's more all these forces that are shaping companies. It's from digital to globalization, all these things that we hear every day. They're really putting a lot of pressure and sense of urgency on business leaders. So that is the data they hear every day. And that is also, again, about the fun thing about data. It's not like really the numbers looking at, of course, that is also, but it's not like sales are going up and down. Those are always important. But now it's really what is happening? What is the change going on? Where is the change? How are things changing? I think those numbers and those perspectives are really key to business leaders worldwide, because it's affecting everyone. And we all have to cope with that and understand, how am I going to have to change? And that is a bit more difficult to capture in data analytics, when it's so many different dimensions playing in.
So I think those of the listeners that have been to the Super Week over the last 10 years will remember that we had this joke going for many years that, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. That used to be how it was years ago. Then I think there's been a period in between where maybe we had, I hate to say, but maybe we had too much data, or the barrier now is not having the data or generating the data. It's the ability to put that data into context. I think that plays into what you're saying also. These business leaders sense urgency. They know that they can find some of the answers in the data, and they know that they can get additional data very easily. The challenge is really in the bridge between what does the data show and the ability to put that into operational or tactical, or maybe even on a strategic level, change the organization kind of decisions, go into new markets, etc. So let's talk a little bit about Loop specifically, because I would argue also that Loop couldn't exist without this realization that there is data on the value of skill sharing. Can you elaborate a little bit on what it was that you saw that led you, that led to Loop?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, basically we saw that each and every company has so much potential, that is the skills the employees already have. And we also saw that this potential is often not put at work, fully put at work. So from our experiences and from basically data we gathered, we saw that yes, there is a basically unlimited potential within each and every company. What if we could unlock it and let it flow? And this really ties into also the pace of change that companies are really struggling to keep up with new trends and techniques. But at the same time, they have a lot of skills internally that are not really tapped into fully. Obviously, to some extent, they always are. But so that is the data that really kind of convinced us to start Loop and help companies to share these skills. And then obviously we've been monitoring the results, and that is in terms of employee satisfaction, retention, skilling, reskilling, the boost of. So that is really, I think, an example of how data can be applied to create a business model, basically, because that's what we did. There wasn't really a more than an idea of something that we thought was a problem, but then we started investigating, realized this is a challenge for companies basically all over the world. And after that, we started using the data we have.
Continue, please. No, sorry, I cut you off.
No, I just wanted to that after that we started using the data we have within Loop to produce more insights. So, for example, we produced a white paper last year where we see what are the skills that are in demand, because we know what people want, which skills people want. So not only what they have today, but what they want to develop. And that is great, because then you can also kind of cross-verify with what's going on in other research and on a macro level, how these skills align with the research we see out there. So it's really fun to twist and work with the data continuously and find these new perspectives and new insights.
And I think you could basically argue that this is data that the company could have themselves. The clients of Loop, they could have this data themselves, but you are helping them put the data into context, and you are applying a context to that data and helping them understand how valuable that data set is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as you say, we are just helping them to unlock the power of that knowledge and data, basically. So we're really a facilitator in that sense, but they do have all the data and the knowledge internally, and basically we are just providing a way to use that.
But I mean, the premise of my interview with you was, do you agree that Loop couldn't exist without this? That the data is the value in the context that the Loop provides, and that there is a whole. You are one example. Mad in Happiness Index is an example. There is a plethora of companies starting now based on that idea. So as a wrapping question, we're running out of time, unfortunately. I would ask you to look ahead a little bit and say, where does this lead if you were someone starting out now? would you start a business based on finding something you could do with data? How would you go about it? It's a very abstract question, I know, but I'd love to hear your perspective on it.
Yeah, I think that data is the most important asset. So for me, it's like an open door. Yes, I would definitely, and I think that you need to use data and find a way to use data to create a business. Obviously, there are businesses that are very that are not so data dependent, and there are businesses that are more. But I think at the end of the day, every company is depending on data. So that is kind of. But then again, is how do you find the right angle to create? If you're looking at something new, or how do you find the right angle on the data, the right perspective to do it in a different way? Because sometimes the data is available to everyone, and then it's just the way we use it that creates the innovation and the value. But just to reply to a question, I mean, again, data, without data, it's very difficult to do any kind of business, to be honest, I think. So that is really the starting point. And then again, try to see data in a different way. What can you do with the data that either you have or you could have, and obviously try to find if there is a business need for what you're doing.
So in Loop, you could say one side of it is that skill sharing drives business growth, and the other side of it is to actually show that the data from that teaches the organizations something that they didn't know before. Yeah,
I would say that is perfectly put. So obviously the skills are super important for the organization in a lot of ways to keep up with what's happening out there. But then also that we really help, or we see a transformation in terms of mindset and culture, which is driven by the results, which is basically data. So it kind of strengthens the process where, the results are pushing even more the adoption, because you see how this this way of working and the data you're using is
fantastic. Aristo, thanks a lot for doing this. Thanks for going on the live stream.
Thanks for having me.
Much appreciated. Now we will.
this thing on? Okay, good. Hi, everyone. How many of you have been to Super Week before? Raise your hand. Now, keep it up if it's more than 2. More than 3? Not bad. Okay. I think this is my 6th or 5th. I lost count because I try to be here every year, but, there's always, fun stuff like work or family, and you can't be there. So, thank you for being here, for taking a full week off your schedules and sometimes from your families. So it's you'll see it's a great opportunity to learn if you haven't been there before. Again, hi, my name is Julien. I have to use these slides because, let's start with the beginning and hopefully this thing works. Yeah, so this is me. You can @ me at Twitter and everything. 44 years old, 2 kids, and I've been in this business for far too long. I tried to quit, but they always bring me back in. Seriously though, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing blog posts and videos and training materials and whatnot. Again, very much on the implementation side of things, but we'll see how this works. So today and this week, you're going to learn a lot about data science and machine learning and predictive and blah, 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 and all of these buzzwords that you've been fed for years. The good news is, while you're here, you're actually going to be learning about that stuff. Okay, it's not going to be just buzzwords. You're going to actually have to learn stuff. The problem we have here is most of you in the room, or I figure some of you are still very much at the bar chart level. Okay, so raise your hand if you're still doing basic reporting. Come on, don't be shy. Admit your shame. Shame. Okay. Right? So today's talk comes from the point of view of someone who needs a particular set of skills, or rather doesn't have them to keep going forward. There's a point in your career where you figure that, maybe I should do something more with my data. So you're like me, and you're not an analyst. I am not an analyst. Contrary to popular belief and my own personal reputation, I am not an analyst. I'll be happy to do the basic trends and segmentation and everything, but down the road, I am not what you would call a data scientist. And I'll be the first to admit it. That's fine. It's out there. Because I'm a linguist by training. Okay, I majored in English and Portuguese and Spanish. I dabbled in Japanese and Mandarin and Czech and Romanian. Again, linguist, not a math person. So you'll see we're going to be looking at ways to possibly increase our potential, and it's not easy. The problem with people in my situation is that we're, like I like to say, glorified report monkeys. So we're just building Excel sheets. We're, Excel sheet, Data Studio, call it however you like, even Tableau, for God's sake. You're just mashing numbers together, but there's no real insights to it. Okay? Or at least we have customers who do not, or clients who didn't want for us to provide insights. And I found that strange, because most of the time what happens is we have clients who hire internally. They will hire marketing interns or marketing professionals. And these guys cannot make a difference between a median and an average. So it is hard for a company to say, I hired someone for analysis or for recommendation, but I will not admit that I messed up my recruitment. It's very humiliating for a company to say, I failed. So they will keep someone on board to do reporting or analysis, which is not really analysis, it's just looking at trends on an Excel sheet. So not fun. And that unfortunately happens with too many companies I've seen. I mean, the people actually doing the analysis are people who actually know how to crunch numbers. Okay? They will look at trends, they will look at segments, they will look deep down into what that data means. Is there seasonality involved? Is there a business-specific issue that I need to look at? Excel doesn't tell you about business issues. Tableau doesn't tell you that this particular demographic is more valuable. Well, it does, but you have to torture it first. So that's why we have too many companies doing the basics, but not enough doing any of the interesting stuff. And whenever you hear someone talk about being a data-driven company, feel free to call bullshit, because there's a great chance that what they're doing is just glorified wet finger. They're going to be looking at the Excel sheet and figure, well, maybe there's something there to explore, but they don't really explore it because, I might lose money if I do this test. Well, no, you're not. That's the whole point. Do experimentation, only use a sample of your audience. Worst case scenario, you're going to be running the test on like 10% of your audience, and that's not going to be a major impact to your bottom line, but they're just afraid of running tests. I have companies with whom I discussed actual benefits, showing them if you invested so much more in this particular type of campaign, you could be boosting your ROI, so many percent. And even so, they're afraid to try. So there's a whole company culture to change, unfortunately. But we'll come back to that. So the reason why we have all of these barriers, with these non-adoption of all of these advanced features, is because we need to break down these barriers. First of all, go beyond Excel. Go beyond basic reporting to your plus ones. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's great. I mean, your job as an analyst is essentially to make your boss look good. Okay? That's the only promise that analytics does, is we're going to give you numbers with like upward green arrows. Everything's in the green. Congrats, you're making money. Your boss is going to get a bonus. You won't. But at least you can prove your existence. You can validate your paycheck. Okay? Your existence at the company has worth because you're able to make your boss shine. If you do it more and more and more, your boss is going to start seeing you as a rival or as a risk. And he's going to put you somewhere in a closet. Be careful. Seriously, it's sad because we should be doing a lot of optimization stuff, but we're not there yet. So again, don't want to be too depressing today right off the bat. I think the message is for you guys to say, we can fight this. We can actually push for value. We can push for optimization if we only convince our plus ones or plus twos. Sometimes it's good to go over your plus one, go straight to the plus X or the CEO and say, I'm not giving the tools to work. Here's how we should do it. And sometimes you have to take a risk. I did. It panned out. But it's not always easy. So politics, again, going beyond the fact that your plus one needs to understand what you're doing. And it's not just green arrows on the reporting. Quick parentheses. In between talks, the weather has cleared up, so feel free to take pictures. The view is beautiful. And I know we did this to Peter O'Neill a while back. It's like, Peter, please stop for a second. We need to take pictures because the view is gorgeous. There's an HR problem. Like I mentioned, we have companies hiring managers or marketeers or CROs. And in some cases, they have no clue what they're doing. They had a wonderful recruitment interview. And then once they're in the job, it becomes apparent that they are incompetent or they are not sufficiently skilled to deliver on what they promised they could do. But if, let's say, that person manages to escape the trial period, they're in the job and they're hard to remove. So it is, again, politics and HR, but if you're going to be hiring someone who's going to do optimization, make sure they have a proven track record, okay? Someone is going to be learning about how to do CRO while on the job. That's called an intern, not someone you're going to be recruiting at a senior position. Okay? And my other issue is education. So education, the problem we have is we're in a job in an industry where the jobs come from either like a marketing agencies or like a marketing schools, business schools, in some cases, science schools or engineering. But let's face it, I mean, there's not that many regular schools that actually teach you about data science. Not too many schools teach you about actual math. not every country has a math curriculum for high school or even grade school. I mean, you should be learning about the basics in grade school. I mean, I have my 7-year-old like doing algebra on an iPad app, but that's because I try to make my kids more exposed to math earlier on, because I know the French school system will fail them at some point. So it's important to make sure education happens with math in mind, because we're going to need a lot more of that. Not because we're going to have robots overlords in the future, but because we need to understand how the robots will work and how we can build those robots to do our job. So knowing math is crucial. Okay? And having a bad math program is bad for your country. So not being nationalist or anything here, but please, please, please put math back in schools. I know it's painful, but it is required for your future career. And to be frank, I'm going to go over the notion of data scientist now. So yeah, very bad screen, but yeah, science. So what is a data scientist? Anyone? Please, not all at the same time. It's overwhelming. So in short, a data scientist is someone who applies scientific method to data to make it speak, so to speak, right? So to get insights from data based on scientific method. So I've found a few let's say, definitions. So a data scientist is a person who's better at statistics than any software engineer and better at software engineer than any statistician. It's true. I don't know if is Jim Stern here in the room? No, he's not yet. I don't know if it's coming. Yeah. So, funny story. In 2011, I was attending the eMetrics Summit in San Francisco. So, I presume in March, I think. And when I arrived to the registration desk, I think, oh, there's a party upstairs. What for? Oh, you'll see. It's great news. And what I heard is that the Web Analytics Association, the WAA, had just been rebranded to Digital Analytics Association. Yay, so much nicer. And frankly, it was logical because the industry was just using data. So it can be from digital, it can be from cash registers, I don't care. But it was great to see that we have a new notion, so digital association, data scientist, not just web, because there's mobile apps, right? And next we had something like, a data scientist is a digital analyst that lives in California. I love this one. So the next step up is a data scientist is a person who lives in Northern California with an extra zero in their salary. That's a good one. And then for those of you in Texas, we call them data charlatans. Okay. They're just being mean to Texans, I'm sorry. Or not, we'll see. So I don't know if you've seen news like in websites about BI, but basically it's all the rage. I mean, like you get all these titles, like what will data science, the jobs of the future, and right. So basically you get all these headlines, but basically this is not going to stop. This is not a trend. Everyone is going to be using data at some point in a form that's more, that used to be reserved for nerds, for statisticians. And now we're asking ourselves, should we be going into that? The answer is maybe. I'll elaborate on that. Maybe you're not cut out. So who can name the player? Now name the year. 98, good job. So, why is that important to me? Because one, I'm French, and two, I hate soccer. Well, baseball. Sorry, football. But why is that important? Because Zidane charmed the crowds. Okay, so that is not a shot from the World Cup because he's wearing his Italian jersey. But the fact is, the World Cup in '98 for France would have been something totally different if it had not been for Zidane. Zidane crystallized the attention of the French public. And as a result, people figured, it can't be that hard. I mean, he made it look easy. It was great. I mean, seeing Zidane on the field, it was a dream, right? Well, now you have Messi and all these fancy guys anyway. Zidane was an inspiration for lots of kids, especially in the less well-off areas of France where kids are left to their own devices, and going and play football is like something very structuring for them. Unfortunately, we saw football club sign-ups explode after '98. So the World Cup was like in the summer, in the September of the same year, you would see registrations explode. I mean, football clubs could not handle the demand. You'd have like waiting lists for the next 5 years. So Zidane created that, that effect where everyone wanted to be a footballer, right? But there was also a book written at that time called "You Will Never Be Zidane, My Son," because first of all, there's the mass amount of people signing up to be football professional. And then there's the ones with skill, the ones who will actually make it to the bigger leagues, the one who will make it through the training camps, okay, and end up on top. The Zidanes of tomorrow, which, by the way, are out on the field now because that was, 98. So again, 20 years ago. So these guys have now careers. I mean, you've seen all of them play. But not everyone is cut out to be a football player with that kind of magnitude. The same is told for data scientists. Unless you come from a pure math school, or unless you're able to learn math at a high level, you're screwed. Or rather, you can only get so far. And it's great to recognize how far you can go. Okay? How many of you guys have know about the Dunning-Kruger effect? Raise your hand. Anyone want to explain? Yeah, exactly. So it's being stupid to a point where you don't know you're stupid. Okay? The reverse is being smart enough to know that you're not smart enough, which is good because you know that you can learn, but only so much, which means that you can then spend your efforts elsewhere. We'll come to that in a moment. So Zidane, right? That was a good example. But see, that kind of stuff happens because you realize all of a sudden that it's not all that cracked up to be, because you have that limitation I talked about. And so apparently that Materazzi was talking about his sister and something snapped to him and then bam. Anyway, so that's what I'm going to talk about. So that's the joke where you spend your entire school time learning about how math works and then bam, Excel. Or, Data Studio, Tableau, whatever. And it's frustrating because you put in too much work and it's, Anyway, but back to me, because it's all about me, right? Again, I was a language major, meaning that in my career or in my education, math stopped somewhere here, not even. Meaning that today, all of the math I do in my job has had to be learned, on the job or on the side. And it's not easy to go back to school. It's not easy to learn about something that you're not familiar with, especially since when you learn something, talk about neuroscience, talk about how your brain grows over your childhood or your formative years. You do not learn new things the way that you learn your basic education. I, for one, went into languages. So I can pick six or seven, some more easily than others. But that also means that my brain and my wiring, my neural connections grew up differently. Others are like super good at math, but they're wired that way and they won't learn anything else. So it's hard. If math was not your primary field of education, it's hard to go back and learn new things. Or at least you might have to go all the way back. As far as I'm concerned, I forced myself to go to the super basics, algebra, and then work my way up. I'm still somewhere around here, right? And then I try to go beyond, and then things get complicated. So this is what happens to you when you start to learn math when you're an adult. and it's hard. Frankly, it's hard. If you stopped too early and you have to go back and learn about like new concepts, it's hard to get back on the saddle. And then you ask yourself, great, so I know that I suck at math, or I don't know enough. How do I get better? Simple question, right? So the first thing you can do is embrace your shame. You know you suck. So it's okay to go with the For Dummies series. I did. Go and go to your book club or your library or whatever. Borrow a set of books on high school math. Frankly, do it. It's first of all, it's free if it's in a library, and two, it's super educative. So I never got into statistics when I was in school. I had to learn all that stuff all by myself. So having a book like Stats for Dummies, even that was hard, because that considered notions of math I had not even seen before, so I had to go even further back. So educate yourself. The next thing you're going to ask is if you're going to be using any sort of programming language to do statistics, use R or Python. They're the exact same. I don't care if you want to run a debate right now. They all do the same thing in the end, okay? It's all a bunch of libraries. They all just work differently. It's the same thing. I mean, you can do R in Python. You can do Python in R. Go crazy. It doesn't matter. But I went with a Coursera course on Python just to get a diploma. Took me, 5 days? Not much work. But then again, I have a bit of coding experience, so easier that way. But yeah, both. Yeah, you can learn both. If you don't have time, just learn one. If you just have time, just learn Python, because you can do other stuff with Python, whereas R as well. Anyway. Yeah, get a Coursera subscription. I mean, these are great, and you'll have lots of data science courses. Please do not say data camp, or I will smack you in the head. Unless, of course, you support sexual harassment, and that's your problem. Seriously, look it up. It's nasty. So yeah, Coursera over data camp. And you're here this week. You're going to be learning about all of these experts who actually know more about you. Yes, they do. Okay. There's always someone who knows more about something that you do. So it's always great to grab someone and say, hey, I heard you talk about this in your presentation. Would you mind elaborating a bit? Or send them an email, get a business card. Okay, get them to share stuff with you if you're not sure. I mean, we're not assholes. Okay, most of us, I like to think, are approachable, so they'll be happy to share information and knowledge with you. So please reach out to people. Okay, this week is especially designed for this. I mean, you'll have lots of networking opportunities. You'll have coffee and breakfast and lunch and dinner, and all of the booze and the bonfires outside with the mulled wine, where you start revealing the industry secrets because you're drunk. But seriously, it is great to have such a concentration of brains during 1 week. And frankly, I have not found this elsewhere in Europe. So you're here, you paid for it, make the most of it, please. Share with people, grab anyone, just go up to someone, hey, I am Julien, and I do implementations. How are you?
I am Anna.
Hi, Anna. So Anna hopefully is not going to be creeped out by what I just said, and she's going to, engage and tell me what she's working on, and hopefully we can work on, exchange something that's, neither of us knows. So it would be great if you could get out of Super Week and learn something from someone else that you didn't know about before, which is great. Cool. So other avenues, of course, include in Europe, particularly in Europe, the Measure Camp series. If there's not one in your town, please create one. Set one up. Tooting my own horn, we have a series in France with 2-3 cities being added to the roster. So we have Lyon in March. With Christina, say hi. And we got Paris, we got Nantes, in your own country, in your own region, start one in Budapest. I mean, they're easy to set up. So, and they're less formal than Super Week. Okay, and they can be more about more direct stuff. Here we're going to be talking about, like deeper subjects, whereas in Super Week it's more about something super tactical. Okay, but if you have the money, do try the formerly called eMetrics, so the Marketing Analytics Summit. A lot more vendor-driven, like more about sponsorship, but still a good place to learn. And the problem is, with all of these opportunities to learn more, I end up what we call Matt Gershoff. So if no one has been to Super Week before, I apologize for the reference. Matt Gershoff is one of our most esteemed colleagues, and you will hear him speak on Thursday, I believe. Matt is on Thursday, right? Yeah. So please, whatever you do, clear your schedule, attend Matt's conference. Not saying that the other talks are not good, but Matt's presentation always leave me with my mind blown. So please, wear a helmet and go see those. The reason why this happens, so Matt Gershoff recently, your mind is blown. Because there's so much in there that I can't piece together. Maybe you can because you're an actual data scientist. Good for you. But I can't assimilate everything in one setting. I have to process this, I have to digest what I've been told, I have to go back to school and say, oh, I can't understand what Matt told me because there's like so many things nested into one another that I have to unpack. So yeah, if you listen to Matt's presentation, be in for a super wild ride. There's a Slack, so there's measure chat. So yeah, what I like to call it, I always see this logo as like the swastika penis. It's terrible. They had a good logo before, why did they change it? So yeah, go to measure.chat, sign up for it. There's the Slack channel, and there's like tons of experts ready to exchange ideas. Well, there's Simo Hahava in there. He never sleeps. Simo never sleeps, so he has like a clone or something, or a bot. And so Simo is always there to help you with like a GTM and GA questions. We now have a gaming channel, which is always fun because we can discuss video games because we're nerds. And we're okay with that. So another avenue is Twitter. Yay, Twitter. So at the analytics hashtag, data science, measure, these are good places to start. If you have like something like, what do we call it? Like Twitter deck, or like if you have any sort of tool that subscribes you to a Twitter hashtag, use those. Okay, don't use Instagram for hashtags for data science. You will not get anything. In best case scenario, you get pictures from conferences, but that's it. I'm not sure, yeah, Instagram or like Snapchat. Anyway, so you figure, yeah, great, so I learned a lot of stuff, and does that make me a better analyst? No, it doesn't. Okay, you know how to use data, but it doesn't mean that you're able to apply that to business problems. So for those of you in the back, that reads, oh, you know R now. Yeah, I can't wait to generate pie charts. Anyway, that's Heidi. It's a cartoon from my childhood. Fuck you, I'm old. There, so what do I need? And back in 2006, when we were building the first digital analyst team with already polls at OX2, we were debating the idea that we needed to have someone who's good with data, not just a business analyst, but someone who could actually crunch his numbers using scientific method, knowing statistics. And we were not there yet. I mean, the industry wasn't ready, but we would have needed these guys to actually pull insights that actually made sense. So if you want to build your data science team, you can have one or more of these. The first one is your data engineer. So basically, whoever is going to do the data plumbing. Okay, so they're going to be pulling data from source 1, source 2, mix them all together in an ETL, for instance, and then bam, just like give me the data feeds that I need, because that's going to be used by someone called a business intelligence analyst, the person who actually knows the business and knows how to reconcile that data with the business. Then you have two data scientist profiles. One is more about predictive modelers, so based on the activity, he or she is going to determine how the activity is going to go. And the other kind is machine learning, so more about using the data to find new insights that we hadn't thought about before. But it's not really insight, it's more factor analysis to begin with, anyway. I don't know if you've seen this meme about Scooby-Doo, like the guy pulling the hat from the suspect, and it's like, haha, it's not machine learning, it's just a bunch of F loops. Okay, bad joke, sorry. And then you have someone a bit like me who's the Swiss Army knife, the human interface between all of these guys, who makes sure that the data can flow together with the other people. Okay, so that's your ideal data science team to begin with. Then you can flesh it out. You can have more of each, but that's basically it. With that in mind, I'd like to leave you with these 4 bullet points. Yay, bullet points are always nice. So if we have to leave this talk with a few points, it's great to be able to recognize that your knowledge can only go so far, and that you have to learn new things. And if you can't learn new things, it's fine too. It's not okay. It's not bad. I mean, you can admit failure or admit limitations. It doesn't make you a worse person. It's going to be important to worry about, again, not just making the +1 happier or look good in front of their boss. It's going to be important to know that data is just that. Technology is just tech, it's just methods. It's not going to tell me, oh, that's how my business works. So you have to first focus on business and then see how that works out in terms of tech, in terms of data. The third bit has to do with, despite any limitation you might have, you owe it to yourself to stay informed. You owe it to yourself to go to these conferences, to read blogs, to read books, to watch whatever podcast, or watch or listen to, I'm not sure. Some of them are video. Yeah, I lost count. What is a vlog? What is a podcast? I'm confused, help me. Seriously though, you owe it to yourself to stay informed, or to at least have someone on the team whose job it is to look for new things, to look for the state of the art, to look for what's the best practice on the market right now for discipline X, Y, or Z. Because you need to have that information. It can be both seen as something that helps you with competitive intelligence, but also about what is actually doable. Okay? And if you don't have the resources, hire experts. Please do not see it as a cost. See it as a resource that will help you grow the company, because you're going to need these brains. Okay? The joke is that the best brain of my generation are now helping companies, making sure people click where we want them to click. It's sad. But it is a reality in this world that's gone digital, which is fine in some respect. So hire the experts, get these math experts or these machine learning experts right from school. Sometimes they'll just be happy to be taken from school, because frankly, if you don't get them from school in Europe, they'll go to the US or to China and you'll never see them again, because they will have a kick-ass salary with like 6 figures, which you think is something unaffordable, but you see that the value they can bring actually makes up for it real quickly. So I'm not saying you should spend millions right now. I'm saying is if you see people with all of these awesome math skills, you should grab them when you can. That's pretty much it. So I mentioned being unemployed. So as of February 10th, I'm joining Mighty Hive as the director of Analytics for EMEA. Stay seated. But yeah, so I know many of you in the audience were very supportive of me and my troubles. Why I'm not trying not to get emotional here, but yeah, you were super supportive. So thank you so much. And I know it is a village here. So I hope that I can return the favor if one of you is in a difficult spot. Thank you for now. I think the next bit is safe.
Round of applause for the one, the only Julien.
And I think we're on schedule.
Hey everyone, and I think we are back live at the Super Week live stream. Hope you just enjoyed the talks from the good Matt Gashoff and Julien Coquet. They're from Super Week 2020. So as a part of this morning's program, as I've said earlier, but for those of you that just joined, I've been trying to focus on data use cases and what we've learned from 10, 15, 20 years of data discussions in actually applying data to business. So I've been doing a series of interviews with entrepreneurs that have built businesses that would essentially not be possible without data, and try to get them to talk about what it was that they learned from data and from analysis that led them to realize that they could build businesses, software based, that basically generate data that then becomes a business case in itself. And to continue with that, I have recorded because he couldn't be available at this exact time. So I've recorded another interview with the great Christian Manea from Agero, which is a esports data company that generates data around esports and advertising in esports, which, as I'm sure you're aware, is an extremely fast-growing industry, of course, in esports, but also the whole advertising around it. And I think we should roll the video with Christian. Hey, so I'm back with a third interview. If you've watched the Super Week live stream earlier today, you've seen that I've been doing interviews with business entrepreneurs on the topic of how their business could only exist because of data, and what we've learned from 10, 15 years of data applied into business cases. So as the next in my little interview series, I've invited Christian Manea. He's the founder of Agero, which is an esports data company, and I'll bring him in for the interview. Morning, Christian.
Good morning. How are you?
Hey, man. I just gave an introduction to the live stream viewers of you, that you are the CEO of Agero, which is an esports data company, but maybe you can give the live stream viewers a quick intro of yourself?
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Christian Manea. I'm the CEO and founder of Agero. Agero, it's an end-to-end automation platform that connects brands and gamers in a data-driven, automated, and measurable way. Basically, we are trying to fix, I think, the biggest problem of this space, which today it's data. We really think that in order to help the esports and gaming market grow, we need to help advertisers understand this space through the data. The biggest problem that we are seeing on this is purely targeting. You are a specialist on advertising, and data analytics. You know how targeting in data is one of the most important things out there that will provide an ensured ROI for the end advertiser. Today in esports and gaming marketing, that's not possible.
And Christian, before we dive into the data in Agero, maybe give us a little bit of context for your experience working with data. Before you started Agero, what was it that you learned in data? What did you see with the way data is used that gave you the idea that Agero would be possible?
Thank you so much. Great question. So I think 15 years ago, when I started in this space, I was just a kid playing around, playing games, being part of this professional esports community, professional gamers, events. And suddenly I was asked to start helping them on selling their sponsorship packages for brands, which are the advertisers. And then I was asked to help them execute those marketing, implement the sponsorship campaigns. And then I was asked to report back to the advertiser the results of the campaign. So I've been doing that for more than 10 years. And I've realized working manually with all of these processes, what are the main problems? And the first one, as I said before, is that the brands are not picking the sponsorships based on data. They just do it based on hype. Hey, it's a growing market. It's massive. It's a bit of these demographics, but they have no idea the audience.
Is it fair to say that it's emotional rather than data-driven?
Yeah, 100%. I think even right now, after the 10 years, we are in 2021, where esports is a big thing. Yeah, right now it's exploding all over the world. But it's happening as we are seeing. Probably the CMOs of the world, they have kids which are playing Fortnite. And seeing this new wave coming in, and they just want to get in. So I think the process that from, yes, I want to get in, and how the money are being spent, it's not correct right now. It's not data driven. It's purely emotional, to answer to your question.
So you realized that was the case, and then you decided to build Agero. So
exactly.
Maybe a couple of comments. What is it? What is the data that you can generate with Agero that you can use to help these people understand that they can be data driven?
Yeah, that's great. A great question. So we do two simple things. We help brands understand what are the best content creators where they should spend their money on, because that's the first thing.
Basically audience, right?
Not audience. So the first layer of discovery is the creator itself, because as in sports industry, you have Adidas, for example, sponsoring Real Madrid, but then first Adidas is interested in the Real Madrid creator, because Real Madrid it's a content creator basically, and then they are interested in the audience of Real Madrid. So basically, this is the same model that we are applying to esports and gaming as well. We first help brands identify what's the right creator for their brand fit, brand content safe, interest information, and then we analyze the audience of that particular creators to do a match based on demographics. And this is the unique thing that we are bringing on table, psychographics data. So is this audience interested in food and drinks, Subway, because this is the type of information that you cannot get from Twitch, for example. Twitch is not offering, which is the biggest esports and gaming programmatic advertiser right now selling pre-rolls, which this audience is not buying into pre-rolls. They use ad blockers. Like 70% of the audience is using ad blockers. So this pre-rolls doesn't work. But the only type of targeting you can do on Twitch is based on demographics, which is not ensuring at all that audience will drive ROI. And
no.
If we want to talk about optimization and attribution, that's another discussion, which I think digital marketing is like this, esports and gaming marketing is like this. It's probably 2.5 to 5 years to reach at least the V1 level of digital marketing, you know?
Which is interesting, right? Because I mean, the money is pouring into esports. Plus, and congratulations, you just got accepted into an accelerator, right? It's an industry where the data is at the core and it's just going for the moon, right?
Exactly, because let's imagine like this. We all know that esports is going to be a top 5 sport in the world in the next 10 years. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. The audience, it's already bigger than all the other sports like MLB and so on. But the question is, how can we have a sustainable business model? Because the revenue needs to come in as well. And if we look at sports, you have what? Advertising, sponsorships, ticketing, selling t-shirts, merchandise, you know, a few type of business models. And if we want to, and I think sponsorships and advertising is always more than 50% of that budgets into a sport. If we don't, if we are not going to help advertisers with the data in order and show them a real ROI, this money will stop being poured in. Because right now it's just test pilot money. This $1 billion market today in esports, what's that for the advertising industry, which is $700 billion, you know, today. So it's like just a tiny bit test pilot money coming in.
Christian, is it fair to say, I get your point that esports is a bubble in itself, and it's lagging 3, 4, 5 years behind on the use of data. So is it fair to argue that that what's more important is the question? Is it a catch up with what's being done elsewhere, or do you think there's a unique data case for esports, that there is access to better data actually about consumer behavior in esports than there is necessarily outside of esports?
I think it's a unique case. This audience is very different. We from the space, we understand it because we are the audience, but it's not understandable by advertisers. It's not understandable by machine learning. It's not understandable by any technology yet with high accuracy, because it's very hard. It's a very complex audience. It's not like in sport, you have this game, and that's it. You have 15 games here. A lot of type of personalities, a lot of type of, it's so hard, you know? So I think it's going to take a lot of time until we will be able to really say to an advertiser is like, look, if you will spend money here, you will get 100% the best ROI out there. This is what we are trying to do with Azure right now. And I think the biggest problem out there is that it's not that we are lagging behind the others, is that also the brands itself, the level of education that they are getting in the past 5 years is not moving the needle. So I was in New York 1 year ago, probably 1.5 years ago, and I've been meeting with the biggest agencies in the world, and they were telling me, Christian, we've been giving education to brands for the past 5 years. They are still not, they still not understand this, and I think this is the problem. It's data. If we make a better understanding, you know, in education through the data, that's how we are going to win.
So as a final question, what's your advice to the listeners on the stream that are typically analysts or practitioners, or maybe they're inside corporations? What's the key thing they should try and take to their managers and say, you know, this is the data that you should really look at?
They should do 2 simple things. when they take the decisions to spend the money, either through their own internal teams, because I'm seeing a lot of brands building esports and gaming marketing departments already. So they are not just working with the media planning, then to, you know, agencies and so on. They should have in their strategy two simple things. It has to be a data-driven strategy. Otherwise, they shouldn't spend money on. That's one. And secondly, they should have a level of performance included in their campaigns. Everyone writes right now, it's about brand uplift, brand perception, brand whatever, which in the end, that's not how advertising is being performed to the larger media scale. So they should have two things: data-driven strategy and performance KPIs, but deep analytics, not just I had 1 million views and that's it.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's my advice.
Awesome advice, Christian. And thanks a lot. We're out of time. So I really appreciate you could jump on the call. Talk to you soon. Say hi to everybody.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thank
Ciao,
you.
Christian. Cool. So I hope you enjoyed the interview with Christian, and that was the third of these interviews in the series around data-driven business cases. So to conclude on that segment, I thought I would wrap it up with the takeaway, where I hope what this has given you inspiration for is to really take a step back. If you're an analyst, if you're a practitioner, if you're someone in an organization that should be better at using data, and reconsider how you're using it. We've spent so much time in the industry discussing what are the right metrics, and the time has never been better for taking a step back and say, maybe rethink the whole thing. Maybe it's a completely different set of data. Maybe it's data that doesn't exist today that could exist, and you can be creative on figuring out how to make it happen. And I think these 3 interviews have given you inspiration for people that did that and came up with business cases that they've been able to actually launch as entrepreneurs and set up companies around use of data. I think for me personally, the conclusion is data is so much more than the quantitative measurement of things we already knew we should have data on. And it's really an open invitation to think about business tactics, business strategy, and then come up with ideas for how we could prove or disprove an idea with data. And with that, I would like to say thank you for the morning, and I hope you enjoyed it. It's been a pleasure. It's unfortunate we couldn't meet in Hungary. I will be on again in the next hours also to introduce the next sessions. But until then, let's go for a round of content from previous Super Week. Thanks a lot, and see you a little bit later.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your safety, the use of devices for messaging, calls, or internet access is prohibited once aircraft doors are closed. Devices with the flight safe mode should have this feature enabled now. They should then be switched off for takeoff along with all other electrical equipment. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign is still on, so please remain in your seat with your seatbelt fastened until the signs have been switched off. We suggest that whenever seated you keep them fastened. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin and smoking is not permitted at any time. During the flight, we go through the cabin bar EasyJet Bistro. Our fresh options available today are sandwiches filled with either coca beans or grilled cheese. We also have a large range of snacks and drinks. You will find all the details about our products in the magazine, which is located in the seat pocket in front of you. Please now sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight, and if you can be of any further assistance, please do not hesitate to contact one of us. Thank you.
Dames en heren, het seatbelt sign is nog aan. Wij verzoeken u in uw stoel te blijven en uw riem om te houden totdat het licht gedoofd is. Wij adviseren u de stoelriem om te houden terwijl u zit. Toiletten vindt u aan voor en achter in de cabine. We wijzen u erop dat roken niet is toegestaan. Tijdens de vlucht komen we bij u langs met onze bistro en boutique service. Informatie over onze producten vindt u in het tijdschrift in het opbergvakje voor u. Wij wensen u een plezierige vlucht. Als u nog wensen heeft, laat het ons weten.
Damen und Herren, da das Anschnallzeichen noch leuchtet, möchten wir Sie bitten, noch angeschnallt zu bleiben, bis der Kapitän das Anschnallzeichen ausgeschaltet hat. Wir empfehlen Ihnen, während des Flugs angeschnallt zu bleiben. Die Toiletten befinden sich jeweils am Kabinenende. Das Rauchen ist zu keiner Zeit gestattet. Wir werden im Verlauf des Fluges mit den Bistro-Boutique-Services durch die Kabine gehen. Nähere Informationen zu all unseren Produkten und Preisen können Sie dem Magazin entnehmen, das sich in der Sitztasche vor Ihnen befindet. Und nun lehnen Sie sich zurück, entspannen Sie sich und genießen Sie den Flug. Wenn wir Ihnen irgendeine Weise behilflich sein können, können Sie jederzeit eines unserer Crewmitglieder ansprechen.
Nous avons terminé l'embarquement. Nous allons bientôt partir. Je m'appelle Sylvie et je suis votre directrice de bord à bord du vol de destination de Santiago. Votre équipage est heureux de vous servir en français, en anglais ainsi qu'en espagnol. Veuillez redresser le dossier de votre siège, ranger votre tablette et attacher votre ceinture. Les couloirs et les sorties secours doivent être dégagés. Les bagages ainsi que les appareils électroniques portatifs de grand format comme les ordinateurs portatifs doivent être rangés de façon sécuritaire. Les appareils électroniques portatifs devraient être réglés en mode avion. Si votre appareil électronique tombe dans votre siège, ne bougez pas votre siège et n'essayez pas de le récupérer vous-même parce qu'il y a un risque d'incendie. Avertissez immédiatement votre personnel de cabine pour que votre appareil soit récupéré sans danger.
Señoras y señores, hemos terminado el embarque y despegaremos en breve. Era nuestra jefa de cabina Sydney para la destinación a Santiago. Nuestra tripulación se complace en atenderles en inglés, francés y en español. Asegúrese que el respaldo de su asiento y la bandeja estén en posición vertical y que el cinturón de seguridad esté abrochado. Las salidas y los pasillos deben estar despejados y el equipaje, incluyendo los dispositivos electrónicos más grandes como los computadoras portátiles, deben estar bien guardadas. Los dispositivos electrónicos portátiles deben configurarse en modo avión. Si su dispositivo electrónico se cae dentro del asiento, no mueva el asiento ni trate de cogerlo usted mismo. Informe inmediato a un miembro de la tripulación para garantizar que el dispositivo se recupere con seguridad.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your safety, the use of devices for messaging, calls, or internet access is prohibited once aircraft doors are closed. Devices with the flight safe function have this feature enabled now. They should then be switched off for takeoff along with all other electrical equipment. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign is still on, so please remain in your seat with your seatbelt fastened until the signs have been switched off. We suggest that whenever seated, you keep them fastened. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin and smoking is not permitted at any time. During the flight, you go through the cabin bar EasyJet Bistro. Our fresh options available today are sandwiches filled with either Coquet meat or grilled cheese. We also have a large range of snacks and drinks. You'll find all the details about our products in the magazine, which is located in the seat pocket in front of you. Please now sit back, relax and enjoy the flight, and if you can be of any further assistance, please do not hesitate to contact one of us. Thank you.
Dames en heren, het seatbelt sign is nog aan. Wij verzoeken u in uw stoel te blijven en uw riem om te houden totdat het licht gedoofd is. Wij adviseren u de stoelriem om te houden terwijl u zit. Toiletten vindt u aan voor en achter in de cabine. We wijzen u erop dat roken niet is toegestaan. Tijdens de vlucht komen we bij u langs met onze bistro en boutique service. Informatie over onze producten vindt u in het tijdschrift in het opbergvakje voor u. Wij wensen u een plezierige vlucht. Als u nog wensen heeft, laat het ons weten.
Damen und Herren, da das Anschnallzeichen noch leuchtet, möchten wir Sie bitten, noch angeschnallt zu bleiben, bis der Kapitän das Anschnallzeichen ausgeschaltet hat. Wir empfehlen Ihnen, während des Flugs angeschnallt zu bleiben. Die Toiletten befinden sich jeweils am Kabinenende. Das Rauchen ist zu keiner Zeit gestattet. Wir werden im Verlauf des Fluges mit den Bistro- und Boutique-Services durch die Kabine gehen. Nähere Informationen zu all unseren Produkten und Preisen können Sie dem Magazin entnehmen, das sich in der Sitztasche vor Ihnen befindet. Und nun lehnen Sie sich zurück, entspannen Sie sich und genießen Sie den Flug. Wenn wir Ihnen in irgendeiner Weise behilflich sein können, können Sie jederzeit eines unserer Crewmitglieder ansprechen.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Super Week live stream. Now going into the, 17th hour or something out of the marathon of 24 hours live broadcast, which, of course, we all hope you're enjoying, as we couldn't be at the Super Week event as usual this year. For the next section, my series of interviews with entrepreneurs that have built businesses, data-driven businesses. I will do a quick introduction, but not a full interview. And instead, I will let the guys do live beer tasting as the next section. So, gentlemen, welcome on Super Week Live.
Hi, Kris. Hi there.
Morning.
Hey. Morning.
Jente and Stefan, maybe just give a really quick intro to yourselves and let me then ask you one question before you jump into the beer tasting.
Yeah, so I'm Jente Dritter, the founder of Stitched, an analytics boutique agency here in Belgium. We're also active in the Netherlands. And together with me here is my colleague Stefan.
Yes, and I'm basically a technical web analyst, so I'm supporting the organization with all the technical stuff and issues.
Indeed, Stefan is our technical wizard and also a big beer lover, so that's why we're sitting here together today.
Awesome. And I don't want to take your time away from the beer tasting, but I want to throw one question at you that I also asked the other people I interviewed this morning, which is, if you had to summarize, into one response, what was it from your experience working with data, as I'm sure you did for a long time before you started Stitched? What was it that you learned that you realized could become a business case that you could base Stitched on? What is the sort of the key thing with data that drove you to decide to do something?
Well, I think for us the key trigger to start Stitched was the experience that web analytics data was often something that was owned by the marketing agency, and they didn't approach it in a structured way, I think. And as the companies are more and more evolving towards more complicated use cases with data, they are really basing their predictions on it, going for personalized customer experiences. Then you really need structured data, high quality data, and those things aren't to be outsourced to a marketing agency. I think you need a really structured approach, a clear vision on how you want to use that data in the future, and that's what we started doing with Stitched.
And do you feel today that people have the data they need and they need it explained, or do you feel that you need to come up with ways to help them get more data or different data?
Well, I think collecting the data itself isn't most of the times a problem, but being able to tie the data to persons or to other data sources, that's the really big challenge, I think. And so that's what we help most of our clients with, coming up with ideas and tactics around identification.
I think that's your headache, right, Stefan, on the technical side, to actually make it work and happen.
Yeah, I'm getting a grip on the IT sections within the companies to make sure that even the analytics data is treated as data, as real data, just like the legacy data already is in web applications.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, with that, I don't want to take more of your time. I think take me off the live stream, please, and let's go for the live beer tasting. Enjoy.
Right, thanks. Okay, great.
Fantastic. Have fun.
Yeah, thank you. Right, so Stefan, it's still a bit early here, so it's for us in Belgium. It's now almost noon, almost 12 o'clock. So when it's lunchtime, it's also beer time, I think. Or it's allowed to open your first beer. So let's just have a taste. So we both brought two beers that we really would like to recommend to all the Super Week fans. And we'll share our experience with you today. Stefan, maybe you can take off?
Yes, okay. The first beer I have here with me no label at all at the bottle. It's West Vleteren. It basically is an abbey beer. Here in Belgium, we have quite a lot of abbeys, and most of these monks, they brew beers. And you have different religious groups, and one of these groups are the Trappists, the Trappisten. And we have, I think, about 6 or 7 Trappist abbeys in Belgium. And it's well known that only a beer brewed by Trappisten may be called a Trappist. So all the other abbey beers are just abbey beers.
And Trappisten, that's a specific kind of monks, right?
Yeah, that's a specific kind of monks. And the special thing about this West Vleteren, that's the St. Sixtus Abbey, is that these monks, they say, we make beer to live, but we don't live to make beer. That actually means that they have a very limited amount of beer they are producing every year, and they are not selling on the classical distribution channels. So they are not selling to business to business, so to the stores or whatever. So the only way you can get to this beer is if you order the beer at the abbey and collect it at the abbey.
Yeah, I've heard stories from friends of mine who really need to make reservations months in advance, and then they need to queue with their cars at the abbey and only can take 1 crate of beer.
Yeah, you can actually get 2 crates of beer. 1 crate is 24 bottles. You can mix them. They have 3 flavors, 3 types of beer: right. The blonde, the 8, and the West Vleteren 12. You can mix them, but you can only get a max of 2 crates of beer at a time. Yeah. And shortly, so since COVID, they have an online store where you can order, but you still have to pick it up at the abbey or in the cafe next to the abbey. That's the only place where you can get them. And very shortly, so this month, they started with their first home deliveries. So maybe there is some progress in that as well.
So it will become easier to get your hands on the West Vleteren.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Great.
Another special thing about this beer is that it's almost always in the top ratings of any beer contest. So it's there were a few years in a row it was called the best beer in the world.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and what I have here with me is the blonde. That's the lightest beer. It's only 5.8 percentage. The 12 is the heaviest one, that's 10.2.
Yeah.
But I just brought the light with me.
And it's still midday.
And it's still midday. Just going to pour in a small part. And it's a bit of bitter beer with some citrus in it. It smells quite well. And it's also has some lemon zest in it.
Right,
so it's definitely one of the better beers. So cheers.
Cheers. Looks good.
Still quite good.
You already have it for quite some time now, the bottle, or?
Yeah, it's pretty old bottle, but beer is still okay.
Right.
But it's not that particular from taste, so it's a bit soft beer.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a very good taste. So maybe you can show one of yours now.
So my personal favorite is Duvel. So just put this a bit in front of the camera. So this is Duvel. And it's actually one of the most popular beers in Belgium, I think. It's also a beer that really has managed to conquer the world. And so unlike this Vleteren that you can only get in Belgium, Duvel, you can get it in over 60 countries by now, worldwide. And it was actually inspired, so it was created somewhere around World War I, and been inspired on the influences of the English ales. So also the original yeast used for Duvel, it's from a Scottish brewery. So it's inspired by the English ales, but it's much stronger. It's really a strong beer. So what's a bit special about Duvel is that when you buy a Duvel, you will also, it comes with pouring instructions. So I don't have them here on the bottle itself, but if you buy a carton box, you often have the pouring instructions with it. And it's because there's a lot of carbonation in it, and it's really, it's like an art to pour a Duvel. So you need to start with a glass tilted like this. Start small. I hope I get it right now. And you just slowly tilt a bit more upright. And it's not perfect because the goal is to have the beer and the head of the beer really divide at the logo, the Duvel logo. So it's just a bit below it, but this is how it should look. So it's really a large head because of large carbonation. So a Duvel is a really strong beer. It has like an alcohol by volume of 8.5%. So it's not something that you would drink fast or just when you go out and you drink one beer after another. It's something that you would have like 2, maybe 3 on an evening. That will be enough. It's really like a sipping beer. So we would just drink slowly when you're relaxing, a bit like you would do with whiskey or something like that. So if you want, I know at Super Week there are a lot of whiskey lovers. So if they would try to taste something else, but still have the same atmosphere, then I can really recommend the Duvel. The taste itself, it's also a bit of citrus, a sense of citrus you taste, and the really spicy hops that you have. It's refreshing, and despite its large ABV, it's still, it drinks quite easily. I find it myself. Another interesting thing about Duvel is the specific glasses. So they have a lot of special editions of their glasses. It's really a collector's item. So the people who are Duvel fans, they really collect all those glasses. And it was this glass was introduced in the 1960s, and back then it was the largest beer glass that was in use. It's large enough to hold the entire 33 centiliter bottle, and it's a bit rounder and broader at the bottom, which really captures all the aromas, and then it becomes a bit narrower at the top, and it really brings all the aromas together and makes sure the carbonation is just right. So, one last funny fact about Duvel at the moment, Stefan, is that it's brewed in Puurs. So Puurs is down in Belgium. That is where the Duvel brewery is. And that's also where the Pfizer plant is in Belgium. The Pfizer plant is currently producing all the COVID-19 vaccines. So, in fact, Duvel and Pfizer both use the same groundwater for producing their products. So, drinking a Duvel might just be the cure for COVID at the moment, or the closest you can get besides the vaccine.
That's nice.
So, cheers.
Yeah.
What do you have else?
What I have with here with me is Jessenhofke, Pimpenau. It's a local beer. So back in the 2010s, you had about 150 breweries in Belgium, but then there was a hype in brewing your own beer. So there were a lot of people starting to brew their own tastes of beer. Even beer kits came on the market, so that you had a start package that you could start brewing your own beers.
At home.
Yeah, at home. So there were a lot of people starting, developing their own beers, and quite often very local products, and often also named to something which is typical in the area or the city, or in this case, it was just named after the street where the brewery is.
Okay.
So the brewery is in the Jessenhofstraat, and they just called it Jessenhof beer. So just to make
really local,
yes, really local. So currently you have about 340 breweries. And then on top of that, you also have about the same amount of what they call beer firms. And basically, these are just smaller companies or small firms. They develop a taste or a beer, but since they don't have the installation for brewing the beer, they're just letting a real brewery brew the beer for them. So you get a lot of other beers in addition to the beers produced by the breweries.
Yeah.
And that's in that way, Belgium has about, I think, 1,200 different kind of beers currently active.
That's right. We have a lot of beers. Yeah, we have a lot of beer taste. We also have a lot of cafe bars who really advertise with more than 200 or 300 beers on tap and those kinds of things.
So the Jessenhof is a biological beer. So it's brewed pure on bioproducts, and it's basically the owner is a grandson of one of the former Geneva stockers, so brewers or distillers in Belgium. So Geneva is another typical product of Belgium. So the Belgian style gin, Geneva.
Yeah.
So one of the grandsons started brewing beer. And this particular one, the Pimpernel, is not completely blonde. It has a very small red taste, red shine.
Yeah, it's a bit darker.
Yeah.
Almost green, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's still a blonde beer. And typical for these blonde hop beers is most of them have this citrus taste in it. This also has, due to the biological part, the herbs taste, and then the different herbs they are using: thyme, myrrh, garlic in there. Yes. So, and that makes it a very herbal beer as well.
How does it taste?
Very good.
All right.
So this is definitely a recommendation.
Yeah. How much time do we have left?
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Well, then I'll just quickly introduce my last beer. This is a special one. It's called Old Geuze Lambic. So Lambic beers are really special kind of beers. Their own sort, actually. As they're not created by the traditional yeasts, which are cultivated in the brewery, but they're really created by wild yeast, so yeast in the open air, actually. In Lambic beers, they can only be created in a specific region in Belgium. It's the Seine Valley, so that's the region around Brussels, our capital. And the Geuze then again is a combination of those kind of Lambic beers. So it's up to 3 Lambic beers that are mixed together, of which one of them has to be at least aged for 3 years in barrels, oaken barrels. And it really makes it a real bitter and sour beer. Almost the aroma like it would be what you have with a cherry, and the taste like it would be with a cider, actually. But that then for a beer. So completely different than what you would expect from a beer, but really refreshing, I think. And because it's higher carbonation, it's often referred to as the Brussels champagne. So cheers.
Cheers. And cheers to you all.
Yeah.
And just buy some Belgian beer.
Yeah, so we can only recommend some Belgian beers. And for next year, when we get a chance to go back to Super Week in Hungary, we will we'll bring some Belgian beers there. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to my presentation on Google Analytics 4, the API and how awesome it is, or GA4 API FTW. And this is for Super Week, who is one of the best analytics conferences in the world, and unfortunately we all can't be there because of Corona, so yeah, I thought we'd do this instead. It's not the same, but you know, let's try and make the rest of it. So here we are. This is about the Google Analytics 4 API work I've been looking at as part of my role as a Google developer expert for Google Analytics. So I've had access to this API for a while, and I've been helping feedback on its development and things. And at the end of the presentation, then I'll do a demo of how it's working with Google Analytics R. Yeah, so stick around for that. So here is the agenda for today, and yeah, I'm just going to look at introducing the GA4 API and the APIs, and they're basically breaking down into the admin API and the data API. So just have a little exploration about what they can do at the moment and what are the sort of ambitions to do with them. And then I've got a demo where I sort of work with the data API a bit more in depth, looking at sort of new features it has over the old APIs. So here we are introducing the new GA4 APIs. So I mean, just a quick look at what GA4 is overall. It's the next iteration of Google Analytics. You know, going back from its Urchin days all the way through to Universal Analytics, and now I've got GA4. But it's the first one that's actually got a completely new data model. So it's all event driven. So it really is a sort of clean break really from the old data model, but it can still use sort of G-Tag and Google Tag Manager and the data layer and things like that. So it's not as big a migration as it could have been. One of the few features that I'm really sort of excited about is that it's got a free BigQuery export. You can stream that data straight in, so it's not a GA360 feature anymore. You can have it, and that's based on, because it's part of a Firebase integration. Firebase is popular with mobile apps, and Creation's got lots of other features as well as analytics. But now GA4 is integrated with the mobile apps, and the website can all be integrated into one property, and so we can have all that information, and it's the sort of modern way of the web anyway, the internet. And another nice new feature is the auto events, so you can kind of set a few buttons and it will auto add a lot of features that you may want to be measuring anyway. So that's a sort of brief overview of GA4. Presumably you know GA4 if you're watching this presentation. If not, maybe stop, go off and look at it, and then we'll sort of look at the APIs later. Yeah, so basically we've got two APIs. We've got the data API, which is just accessing all the report data in GA4, and we've got the admin API, and that's how you sort of change all the configuration data for the GA4. So the old APIs, just to make a note of this because it is mega confusing otherwise, but yeah, so the Google Analytics Reporting API v4 was actually for Universal Analytics, came out, I don't know, 5 years ago or something like that, but they couldn't very well call the API for the data for GA4 the Reporting API v5 because that would be ridiculous, so they've gone with Data API instead of Google Analytics Reporting API. v4. So, and then there's all these other APIs that are out there that are sort of built up over the years. Some people are still using v3 of the API, the management API, multi-channel funnels. Those all only work with the old properties. If you want GA4, you have to use the admin API or the data API. So to use those APIs, you've got lots of options. So probably the easiest way to get going if you're new to it all is download one of the client libraries. And so the supported ones out the gate are Java, Python, Node, Ruby, Go, and .NET. And you notice R is not on that list, and that's why I've taken it upon myself to do that, because it's helpful to have Google Analytics data in R. But that's an unofficial one. These are the official ones. So if you want to look at that, you go to the developer and you can sort of view the code on GitHub and run it all there. So those are the sort of probably the most popular ways of accessing the API. But then you've also got the REST API reference. It's just sort of JSON, and this is what I use to, and other people use to make other software kits to access the API. It's very similar to how it's always been. Once you get to know it, it's really sort of intuitive how to sort of read what's going on. You've got the try this API field where you can sort of authenticate with your account within the browser, so you can test things quickly to see how they look. And it's a good place to see sort of get into the grips of what the API can do and what it's capable of. Because sometimes there's features that come up here which aren't available yet or aren't documented yet. So it's a good place to do it and get familiar with everything with the API. Well, so now we're going to first talk about the admin API. So I haven't got a demo of this because, it's still sort of being developed and all of this. But I mean, the admin API, you could do a lot with the old management APIs, but you couldn't do everything. So you couldn't completely set up a new Google Analytics account just by pushing a button. You had to do some things in the web interface. And that's still the case with GA4, but there is an ambition to do this. They want to support every setting you find in the GA4 admin panel. And that's very similar to how Google Cloud work. If you're in the Google Cloud Console, the web interface is actually an application of the API that you use in other sort of, say, with the desktop client and stuff. So actually the API is developed first, and then the web interface is sort of built on top. And Google Analytics hasn't traditionally been that. I mean, we all know about the annotations. It was available in the web interface, but it was never available in the API because it was just sort of a separate system and not integrated. And that is something they're looking to address in this launch to make sure that everything is supported. So there is quite a lot supported now, but not everything. But you can manage new data streams. You can actually add accounts, you can create accounts, you can create properties. You can actually generate the site tag that's going to be used in your Google Tag Manager, say, or if you're just using it in the web page itself. You can manage the links between Firebase and Google Ads, and you can look at all the user permissions for those accounts. So there is quite a lot you can do now, but not everything quite yet. This is a slide I borrowed from Florian at work about how they're setting up GA4 properties, and it looks like basically the sort of 1, 2, 3, 4 is as you're setting up an account, and the sort of first steps are kind of being taken care of via the admin API, which sort of makes sense. But once you get to the sort of more setting up custom events and parameters and things, it's not there yet. But you can see maybe they're sort of working their way down from the start to the end to get that running. So that would be really great when that's all done, because if you're setting up a lot of accounts, or even if just a few accounts, but you've got a sort of certain configuration, custom configuration that you want to standardize, then that's going to be possible with just a little script calling the admin API. So we really look forward to that. So now we look at the data API, which is the sort of the main one that I use most of the time. So one of the first questions people think about is why use that data API? Because you've got these BigQuery exports now, right? I mean, why do that? Well, I had a similar question when I first looked at it, but basically there's a few good reasons, I think. First thing is that the API is free, and BigQuery, is not very expensive in storage the data, but if you're definitely querying it a lot every day for, say, anomaly detection or something like that, then that will start to add up a little bit, especially if you've got a bigger account. So that's one sort of really good reasons. Another one is that actually aggregations are good. We were kind of used to data being aggregated to us, and we don't have that sort of narrow breakdown that we would like, say, to the hit level or the timestamp level. But they're actually quite useful in a lot of ways as well, just to get out sort of good reports more easily. So if everything was hit data and raw data, then you'd have to spend a lot of time making those aggregations anyway. So the data API kind of it's more convenient in a lot of use cases to get those aggregations or for your metrics. And it's also a lot faster for like small data, as they call it, as opposed to big data. And BigQuery is amazing at big data, terabytes and all of that. But it's actually pretty slow if you're just 10 rows or something like that. It still takes a startup time to get going. And the API, I think you'll see in the demo later, is very quick and instant and real time. Actually, you've got access to the real time stuff. So so it's definitely good from that perspective as well. Maybe you don't actually know SQL as well. I mean, maybe the API, the tools built on top of the API more than the actual API itself, but it should make it more accessible. It should be easier to reach than, say, maybe SQL. And I think one of the main reasons people kind of use the API or use BigQuery in the past was like sampling. It's because when you were calling things from the API, sometimes they'll be sampled. There were workarounds that obviously I've looked at, but that didn't work for users, say. But now there is no sampling. There's no sampling at all. So if you can get that data from the API, it's going to be unsampled as well as BigQuery. So that was maybe a big reason that why people moved to BigQuery, especially with GA360, was to get unsampled data. But now there's not that reason there anymore. It's kind of what I want to make. So so I'll definitely go into depth about this later in the Google Analytics R demo. But just this is for every language out there. These are the kind of main features that I've noticed whilst working on the API. For a start, they need to sort of concentrate on the differences above maybe the V4 reporting API for Universal Analytics. So for the start, you've got on-the-fly custom dimensions, which is wasn't possible before. You had custom metrics, but you didn't have custom dimensions, I think, just looking back. You've got metric aggregations. I think you had that as well, but that's just quickly getting your totals and minimum, maximum counts and things like that. And a lot of the features of the API are to make it more convenient and quick to get to the information that you want. The real-time API is it's really easy to use and using all the same sort of features as the other API, which is really nice. Though it is obviously a limited subset of fields. Things like sessions and things like that don't actually make sense in the real-time API. You can pivot results to get that results out in a particular long format, and that's not so relevant for, say, R, because you can pivot it yourself. Yes, but say you're calling it from JavaScript and you want it in the browser and you want that table to look exactly like you need it for a visualization library or something. That's going to be very useful. We've got cohorts. One improvement is that you can now do 4 date ranges at once rather than 2, so you can get to those results quicker about if you're doing lots of comparisons. Likewise, you can batch multiple API requests all at once to increase the speed. There seems to be no row limit from what I've looked at. I mean, we've run a few tests as well, and you can query over 1 million rows, 1.2 million, things like that, with no sampling as well, and without paging actually as well. So it all just comes at you in one page. I'm sure the limits will be reached and there'll be a bit of paging involved, but it just gives you all the data that you need in one thing. So makes it a lot simpler to use. And as I said, there's no sampling, but there is this quota system that I'll go into a little bit later as well. But there's no sampling, which is really great. And the filtering, I really like working with the filtering. The filters in the last one was just like a bit of a head scratcher sometimes about the clauses and all this sort of nested structure. But they're a lot more simple to work with now. I think because of the result of the data model, it's a lot easier to work with. And we've got ordering as well of the results, so you get it out in the same way. And just touching on the quota system. So there's no sampling, but everyone moaned about sampling, and now they're going to moan about the quota system, I guess, in the future. But the quota system is sort of 2 levels of it. There's a sort of level where you're requesting it through your Google Cloud Platform project, and that's sort of set limits. And they're probably a bit more negotiable about increasing the limits. You can usually increase those if you want. So say 50,000 per day, which is the same as the other API. Very similar sort of metrics to what you had in the last API. But then you've also got this sort of analytics property quotas, and these are sort of a quota that is assigned to each query that you send in. And the more complicated and the longer date range the query that you make, the more more of this quota that you will use up. And yeah, so the limit, and this is all still a bit in negotiation, I think, at the moment. So this is not cast in stone, but at the moment it's like 25,000 for regular GA4, and then if you've got a GA360, it's times 10 most of those limits. So yeah, 5,000 tokens per hour, so you can't just use up those 25,000 in 1 hour. You've got to spread it out a little bit. And they've also put limits on the sort of amount of errors and concurrent requests. I think the concurrent request was there, like 10 queries at once, which was a good way of speeding up queries as well. But yeah, things like errors, if you have more than 10 errors, and that's usually because you've malformed the API request, then that will block, if you have more than 10, that will block all API requests for an hour, which is actually, yeah, pretty serious if you're running that in production or something like that. So make sure it's all working. Yeah, so that's the quota system, which is incorporated. But I think if the trade-off is that if you've got this quota system, it means that you've got no sampling. I think that's a really nice trade-off. So now I'm going to do a demo of Google Analytics R GA data. So I'm going to switch to my other self on RStudio. Do a demo of Google Analytics R's GA4 capabilities. This will be coming out on official release on CRAN sometime this year, but it's all being developed at the moment on the website. So the first thing we're going to do is look at the data that you can look at. I'll just authenticate a minute. And this gives you a table of all the metrics and dimensions that are available. You use this version in the API. And one difference that you have for the from the regular, from the old Google Analytics, is that you can actually download your custom data as well. So if you look at here, we should have a test somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, custom event test dimension. So you can actually reach your custom dimensions and metrics and fields from there. And for that, you just specify the property ID as well. And that comes into play to help validate filters and the data that you're sending in later on. So that's one difference from GA4. But now when you're actually querying data, we're going to, this is very much like the data API from before, but here we're using this function called GA data for the data API. This is the property ID from my blog, I think, and then you specify the metrics and the date range, and then you get your data. So if we look at this data there, yeah, and this is all there. So that's just how you sort of get started up and get going, but you're probably more interested in breaking that down via dimensions and things like that. So this is an example of downloading more data where you've broken it down by date, city, and day of week and things like that. So one difference that I've noticed when you are using the API is that actually you don't have to page through any results. It just gives you everything like straight away. So they support directly this -1 in the limits. And before Google Analytics, Universal Analytics had a limit of say 1 million rows. And after that you get the other problem with the rows. Here it doesn't seem to apply, and it just sends you all the data. Now I'm sure there is a facility to page, but it doesn't seem to be needed yet. But obviously once you reach the extreme limits, maybe you'll have to break up the call into API, into pages or something like that. But we haven't needed that yet in what's going on. But then, yeah, if you're looking to actually call your custom dimensions that we were looking at before. You just specify them in the dimensions here, and you can get user level events and event level events, custom events, so that you can just call them out. I don't actually have these, so I can't show you that at the moment. But one other thing you can do is that you can actually specify your own custom events sort of on the fly. So this was available in Universal Analytics as well. But you can define it in the interface as well. But you can actually do it in your API call. So what this is doing is it's taking the sessions and active users and then going to divide one by the other to do that. And so it actually calculates that metric for you there. And you can change this to be, I don't know, this doesn't make any sense, but you see now it's plussing the dimension and multiplying. You can do all of that. So you can make these metrics on the fly. Say you've got something that you'd like to be calculating. Now, one thing that is different now is that you can actually also do this with dimensions. So here I've got a dimension where I'm sort of aggregating city and day of week. So I've got city and day of week here just to sort of demonstrate that what it's doing. But actually, I think in practical cases you wouldn't have that, because the advantage of doing that then is aggregating on that level as well. So when you do that, you're going to get some aggregations to the level, to the dimensions that you're creating. This is not a useful example actually, but if you go back to, say, source medium, you could make the source medium dimension, which isn't actually available in the API as a field on its own. And actually source medium in the Universal Analytics I always thought was the wrong way around, because it's like source is a sub category of medium. So this puts it the right way around now. But if you like, you can change it to the other way around as well if you want to. And you can see it's all aggregating and doing all that as well. So moving on from there, then another sort of new feature is that now you can send in 4 date ranges at once. So it was 2 before, I believe, in the Universal Analytics, but now you can send in 4. And this sort of all helps minimize the amount of data that you can do. So what it does is that it's pulling in, and it gives you this sort of data. It's 0 index, so that's the first one that's sort of from this data range here. And you've got the date there just to sort of make sure that it's all right. You see it adds this dimension here where you've got this date range, and this will enable you to do like comparisons more easily over the weeks and over time and all of that. And it still supports, so I mean, yeah, you can use R to generate these dates as well, but it also still supports directly in the API this sort of yesterday, today, 3 days ago syntax. So here we've got only 2 date ranges. So we've got date range 0 and date range 1. But you can see now that, yeah, you just can call it in with this 3 days ago, 2 days ago. These are all sort of valid in the API. So one of the sort of real nice improvements over the last API is the way that filters have been put together. And this is supported in Google Analytics R with this sort of new DSL that's been created. So this is the only function you need now for filters, and hopefully that should make it a lot easier to use. You don't have to do all this sort of filter clause and things like that if you've been using that in the past. And what it does is it sort of generates these filter objects, and that's a direct result of the API being, having an easier way of working with filters. And so if you're going to use that, you can just put that into this sort of dimension filter field and put the GA filter in there. And we see the results here now are filtered to Copenhagen from that result here. But the way that they've done it is that they've made it so that you can actually combine these very nicely, very easily. So for example, if you wanted to do Copenhagen and London there, then we get this sort of OR group, and this is what this thing here sort of makes it an OR group of do that. And then you can actually feed this filter into another filter as well, and sort of build up complex filters, but in a way that will, be actually sort of still easy to understand. So, for example, if I do this one here, so this one's saying Copenhagen, London, Paris, New York. One of those, day of week is 5 or 6. So what you can do then is sort of feed that into this there and replace your filter here. And I think this is a result of the new data model that they've got here, so it makes it a lot easier to work with filters, because they haven't really got segments as such in the API. So you sort of filters are doing everything, but you can do a lot more with the filters. So here you get the data coming out of the filter that you're doing, and so that's sort of nice as well. And this sort of carries on when you're looking at numeric filters as well. So here we've got an example of sessions, and you see now we've got this sort of sessions greater than 10 in there, and that works in a similar manner. And you've got greater than and equals, less than, equals, and things like that as well. So yeah, and then a few other sort of things about filters is that you've also got this sort of regex things that are going on. So you can sort of dimension begins with, ends with, regex with, all of that. So yeah, filters definitely much nicer to work with in the API. Just to sort of finally give you one example of sort of really complex filter, we've got like, you generate a filter here in sort of this variable 1, f1, and then you can add that to this. So this one is this filter, but then add this sort of clause here that we've got here. And then we want this one here. So this is looking for Google. This is looking for visitors from Copenhagen, London, Paris, or New York who arrived on day 5 and 6 of the week. Or Google referrers, but not including Google Ads. So if you look at that, and you get a really sort of long, complex filter built up. In a similar manner, we have ordering, and this is to order things. You just do that, and that's much like the other API, but we've just got a nicer way of sort of working with it in our to make these data objects, and you've got this plus and minus and things like that to work with it. So that's sort of easier to work with. From another kind of track, so these are all sort of the ways you can. And then we've also got the real-time API. Now, the real-time API is working from a different endpoint, but it was so similar that you could put it into the same function. You can just add this flag real-time equals true. You can put all the same filters in that. The metrics and dimensions are different in that they're a subset of the dimensions that you had before. So if you query anything that's not available, you can see we've got probably me looking at my blog at the moment. So yeah, you can sort of see the what happens there. And another thing you have is you also have these sort of metric aggregations. So these are just if you've got like totals and all of this. So if you get them all out there, then you can extract them out of the results. So if you assign this to a variable. Oops, X, yeah. There you go. And then all Ags is a table of all the sort of metric totals that you're looking at. So totals, max, and min for all the things that you're doing. So a quick and easy way of going. You probably sum this up anyway yourself, but it's just a sort of easier way of doing that. So as such, there's no sampling in the API, which is really nice. But there is this thing about quotas that we talked about before. And so just to give you an example, what I'm doing, I'm going to set the verbosity of the feedback so you get a bit more data. So this sort of tells you more things about the request that is going in and all this. But what it also gives you is like keeps an eye on sort of the query cost of what you're doing. So and this has actually been revised down since the beta, so that's nice. So you actually get to do more But what you give you tokens per day, that's sort of this 25,000, and that's times 10 if you've got a GA360. And tokens per hour is how many you can do in an hour of that. What was happening before was that for very complicated queries, you were actually blowing through this 5,000 bits. I don't know what the unit is here, but the query cost was, if it was over 5,000, you blow through and then not be able to query anything for an hour. So I think they've lowered that just so that you're less likely to blow this quota in an hour. And they've also interestingly put sort of like concurrent requests, a limit on those, so how many you can API requests to the same property at the same time, and list server errors per project hour as well. So this, I mean, a lot of people are using the default client ID, for example, for Google Analytics R, and doing server errors. So that would actually break the API for all users if that happened now with the new API. So hopefully no one does that with doing that. And yeah, so that's pretty much all the sort of features that are in there at the moment. But you've also, just to make things easier as well for debugging, and say I've not implemented something, and you know it's available in the API, and you can create it with this sort of JSON, which is what pretty much all this does. It sort of generates JSON that looks a bit like that. Then you can actually just put that in yourself if you can make it, and then that will create and do a valid API call for you if it's valid, and tell you if it's not. So that's kind of helpful as well if you want to play with it and go into sort of a very advanced use case. So yeah, so that's all the information we've got at the moment for Google Analytics. It's all on the sort of website here with yeah, in this reporting API as GA4 Data API. So yeah, there's a lot of information about how it all looks and things like that. So yeah, give it a go if you like that kind of thing. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, so I hope that was all useful for that demo, and you can sort of see a lot of my capabilities of our program has improved since I first looked at the library as well. So a lot of that has sort of factored in, making it nicer to work with. But definitely the API is a lot nicer to work with as well, which really helps improve the user experience. Yeah, and as I probably said in the demo, then yeah, it's all written down in the Google Analytics R website, and this is definitely the place I update as things go on. It's not on CRAN yet, as in the official R library, because we're still in the alpha of the API. Once it hits beta and it looks like it's going to be stable, then I will publish it and it'll be available there. But for now, you can download it from GitHub to try it out. And thank you very much. I hope that was all informative. And yeah, if you'd like to get in touch to talk about anything Google Marketing or Cloud Platform, Google Analytics or anything like that, please get in touch. I adore Twitter. I'm there on HollowMarked. And email me at mark@ihnodlic.com. All right, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Guys, I will show you the everyday life activity of an analytics expert based on examples from my everyday life. So, what happened when your manager asked you to provide some data to give him weapons to fight the market battle? I will show you what to do. Let's suppose this is the raw data they have asked you to analyze. So, this raw data contains everything you need to produce the weapon for your market manager, for your sales team, for your company success. First, what you should do with your raw data, you should separate the noise from the information. You should slice and segment the data just to find out where is the gold hidden in all these data points. Let's do it. Let's slice it. Of course, all the time you need the proper tools. Not just any, but the proper tools. Let's go and segment our data. First, we will have to filter out the noise. And we will do it now. Now your marketing manager is ready to fight the battle with the competition. I will show you how my manager is fighting the competition in my neighborhood.
Welcome back to the live stream. Let's see if I can actually see everyone. Cool. So my next introduction is Declan from AT Internet. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with AT Internet. Maybe less so for Declan. So Declan, welcome on the live stream.
Hi, Kris. Thanks for inviting me. Pleasure to be here.
Well, that's courtesy of the Super Week people. But what falls to me is to, first of all, maybe just give a really quick introduction to yourself.
Yeah, of course. So name's Declan Owens. Been working at AT Internet for 5 years now. I'm a digital analytics expert, so I've done a lot of consulting work and helping our customers set up our solutions. And so for the profile story, I'm from the UK, but half Irish and been living in France for ages. So a bit of a mix up, but I pretty much enjoy it. And working in Bordeaux as well. Lovely region.
Are you locked down at the moment, or how are things in Bordeaux?
Yeah, pretty much. But as any person in Bordeaux, I've got my stash of wine, and also as a British person, my stash of beer, so I'm fine.
Without insulting anybody listening to the stream, I think we can safely say that it's not the worst place in the world to be.
Yeah, I have to say I feel privileged.
Exactly. And Declan, before we jump into to your slot here, I wanted to throw the same question at you that I've basically thrown at all the people I've interviewed over the morning here on the Super Week live stream, which is, in a very broad sense, working with data, and of course you have the context of AT Internet. From your perspective, do we run a risk of locking ourselves into a box when we use all the traditional KPIs? And we apply those methodologies that we've agreed on over 10, 15 years of in an analytics practice. Could we think outside the box? Can we collect data from other sources? Can we start somewhere else with a business case and realize a need for data and then try and solve it with data? What's your perspective on that?
I think that's a really interesting question, because I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and I find that in the history over the last 20 years, we've had a sort of basic tools that have democratized analytics with these standard KPIs, and then multiple amounts of tools have come into play, going from marketing analytics to product analytics. Now people are doing custom data pipelines, and then we're even touching base on other analytics tools that weren't necessarily communicating together. So that's created a lot of different standards and made it complicated in a company. I'm actually going to touch base on this in my presentation, funny enough. And I think now what's really important is to sort of go towards minimization. I think that there's so many tools out there, so many indicators that we have to sort of focus on what's important for us. And I often have this with customers or prospects that I meet. I try and help them focus on the key performance indicators. And for me, it's different per vertical, obviously, the business you're working in, and obviously different for each company. So I think that's what's most important, what fits you most of all within this huge ecosystem.
But do you agree with the viewpoint that this has gone from inspirational to something that actually changes how business operate?
In the sense of the way analytics plays its role in businesses?
Yeah, in the sense that we used to maybe support some viewpoints with data. Now it goes the other way. Maybe we now get new viewpoints by analyzing data that actually gets taken serious.
Right, yeah, and digging in, I definitely agree. I think there was a time where we had to bring data into companies, and we're still doing it so that it's part of the decision-making process.
Exactly.
But obviously you can't just use data on the process because it's not possible to get everything in there. You can't do everything from statistics, so you need both. But in that sense, I think it's important for people, just as I was saying, to challenge these key elements. I think mostly that's the most important, and to dig in to what's best for you. I don't think there's a standard answer.
I completely agree, and I think again, you're based in France. I think I've seen some really amazing examples in France of how to use data in innovative ways. But I don't want to take more of your time, so I think with that, let's hand the live stream over to you, Declan, and take it away, my friend.
Okay, great. Awesome. Thanks. So today what I'll be presenting is a quiz, and as you can see on the screen, there is an interface. So I'm using Kahoot for this quiz. So if you want to join, just use your phone or your desktop computer to go onto kahoot.it. So Kahoot it, you can see it up here, or the Kahoot app if you ever have that. And then you can log in using the game pin. So I'll leave people to wait to log in, waiting for players to come in. So once I have some players, I will start the game and we can go on. So I'll give you just a few minutes to log in. Okay, we have one player. Good to start. Hopefully there'll be any more. I will start this necessarily in at least 1 minute, giving everyone time to connect. Okay, a few more players. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. God, there's someone who's addicted to emojis here. Interesting. Absolutely. Okay, I'm giving you 15 more seconds to log in, and then we start the quiz. Okay, good. Just memorize this this number and game pin because you can join on the way as well. I'll start the quiz now. Let's get going. Okay, so user-centric analytics is the topic of my quiz. Let's see how people manage with this. So first question of the quiz, there's 7 in total. What is Super Week all about? Would it be about coffee mainly, beer, taking home loads of goodies? Because I remember going to Super Week, seeing loads of people stashing that just before they went to bed at midnight or later. Or is it about analytics? Okay, you've got 5 seconds. It's timed, by the way, so you hurry up. Okay, and you got one answer, which is coffee. I was hoping to get more answers here so I could see what kind of people you are. For me, these are all good answers because it's not just about analytics, it's a very social event. So it's a bit of both, but I want to see everyone's different style. Let's move on. Okay, so hopefully everyone else will be faster on the next one. Hopefully there's no bugs, I hope. Normally there isn't, I've done this before. Okay, so what is a user for you? Would you consider it's a person or a robot detected by my analytics tool, a person who uses my website or mobile app, a customer of my brand, or a drug addict? 5 seconds left. Click, click, click. Okay, interesting. See, there's some drug addicts around here. So basically, I think people give different answers, but what I would say, the answer I would provide is the fact that it's customer my brand. because we're interacting with people. So I'm not interested in robot traffic, which is the first one. And I would consider that I would need to filter that out of my analytics tool or analytics system. It could be a person using my website or mobile app, but considering that there are more devices than just websites and mobile apps, I think on the customer journey that constitutes an interaction in the customer journey, I would go wider and say it's a customer of my brand. Okay, so here we get the scored. Good job. Okay, third question, true or false? In a company, would all teams have the same definition of a user? Do you think that's true or that's false? Okay, I think everyone's nearly answered. Pretty straightforward. Here we go. Very well shared. So 3 true, 5 false. So maybe I was a bit mean and twisted the question in the wrong way. I think that we have people that have different definitions of a user in a company. The product team may be talking about a different user than the marketing team who's trying to generate leads, for example, in prospections. But I think that it should have the same definition because, again, we're talking about the customer. And that's what's in the center. So a person is in the center, people are in the center. And it would be important to make sure that everyone has the same definition of a user. So that could be a user, a customer, a member, and so on. Oh, that shifted the scoreboard. Ooh la la. Okay, fourth question. How can I align my teams around these common goals? So would it be to use the same analytics tool, use the same data lake or data warehouse, debates ongoing on that vocabulary, use the same data model, or just get a 5-day super week ticket for all? Ah, you can see there's some very faithful super week fans here. Again, quite shared across the board. If I start off, so using the same analytics tool, I don't think that's enough because it's hard to find a tool that corresponds really to all of the needs in analytics. So you do need a multiple amount of tools. And I wouldn't go for a tool that says they can actually do absolutely everything. Everyone has their speciality. Same data lake, again, you could collate all the data in the same area, but it's hard to access. So how can you really democratize that data? Everyone would have to have SQL skills in the company maybe, or other languages, so complicated. Then there is using the same data model. So I would consider the data model is your sort of a central schema that represents your data strategy, and everyone should be aligned with it. And in that way, it's much easier for everyone, may they be using different tools. They have a data lake or wherever you're extracting or utilizing or exploiting the data to have the same data model because you have the same point of reference. And again, obviously, going a whole week to super week and listening to loads of smart people give you insights and you send your whole team there should help everyone align on analytics and data. Absolutely. Okay, how did this shift? Oh, I haven't got it fully right. Fifth question, what's the best way to structure my data and analytics given what we've shared previously? So would it be several normalized data tables, one unique denormalized data table? Would it be several specialized data pipes or a centralized data pipe? What would your best structure be? Wow, everyone shares it out really, really equally. Quite funny. So yeah, I'm not sure if everyone's aware of the difference between normalized, denormalized. Nonetheless, historically, we were talking about it earlier with Kristoffer. We have several, so we started off with web analytics was providing one tool, and then other tools started coming along with product analytics, e-commerce analytics, et cetera, et cetera. And every time there was a sort of reflex to create a table for these kinds of analytics. And then I end up having this customer journey where I've got someone who clicks on a campaign, so marketing data, loads my website. So again, classic web analytics. Then would go on the app to log in for something and listen to a podcast, buy a product, and then go and pick it up in the store, and then maybe call client service because they're not happy with the product somewhere. So you see there's several touch points here. And if I'm using different tools all the time, it's hard, and different tables, it's hard to find the link. So the advantage of using a denormalized table is you put everything in one table, and everything is worked on the same vocabulary, and all the indicators are calculated in the same way. And the other advantage is, you can do that today, is you can still add the specific indicators and properties you would want to have for a specific use. For example, like if you've got voice assistant tracking that has specific indicators there compared to other devices. The only constraint you'll have with denormalized data tables is you have to choose the same granularity. Nonetheless, in analytics, if you're related to the customer journey, most of those, the event granularity, so event-based, is what would work best, because all of the actions I quoted before are just events that happen. So withdrawing a product from the store, going online, subscribing to a newsletter, launching a podcast, pausing it, etc., etc. So that's what I say is the best way to go, to structure in a centralized way my data. And then again, we can get a multitude from that phenomenon I was explaining before of data pipes. I would try and centralize as much as I can the data pipes. So obviously you have constraints of the granularity you would use. Nonetheless, try and get a centralized data pipes that's linked to your data model, where you process and centralize everything, giving flexibility as well to other teams. For me, that is possible in the sense of a governance model. Okay, moving on. Any movement here? Okay, Jente's gone up. So 6th question out of 7. What advantage does a unified data model for the whole company bring? Does it bring better data quality, better data protection, faster requests when I'm analyzing, or just better coffee? Here we go, answering. Okay, so a lot of you went for faster requests. Actually, no. The data model actually gives you better data quality because you have more control, but also better data protection because you have more control. So it's more about governance total. So having a unified data model and a strategy that's applied technically into your data pipeline actually gives better data governance, which acts on quality and protection. Faster requests, there are differences between the types of requests you make between the tables, but in a whole, generally what makes the huge difference is using scalable technology against the other technologies. So that's what's made the huge revolution now that you can see in request and analytics tools generally. Okay, last question, because I have 1 minute left. So last question. So why would we have to be user-centric in the end? What is all the fuss about? Let's see if you can give your question, give your answer here. Dun, 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 dun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so you all got it right. You were supposed to be suspecting that. Yes, in the end, the point I wanted to make here is that your customer is king or queen with 2021, same thing. But it also could be a user, a subscriber, or a member. So whatever happens, basically, I would say you have to focus on the people you are working for. You're always working for someone, no matter what your business does. And your analytics has to work with that way and in that structure. That's the only point I wanted to make today. I hope you enjoyed the quiz and had fun, and enjoy the rest of the Super Week live stream. Bye-bye.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Hey,
exciting.
Yeah. Hey, Yehuda, how are you?
I'm really good. How are you? How are you up there? Where are you now?
As you can see, that's a fake background. So it's the it's the Oceanese Sea, which is supposed to be one of the most beautiful places in Switzerland. I'm in Zug in Switzerland. And you're in Tel Aviv, I believe, right?
Yeah, I live in a town like 15 minutes from Tel Aviv, but it's described as Tel Aviv. Yeah, it's called Hod HaSharon, and we lived here, but I'm working from Tel Aviv. So yeah, half of the time I'm in Tel Aviv and half of the time in Hod HaSharon. COVID-19 quite changed it, but I'm working from Tel Aviv.
I mean, I think everybody is staring at Israel at the moment, right? What an accomplishment. I think, is it 30-something% of the population now vaccinated?
Actually, yeah, it's more important than the 30%. I think 60 or 70% of the elderly people are vaccinated. And this is really, really important. I mean, people age more than 60, I think, is something like 60 or 70%, and this is amazing. And I just read in the newspaper yesterday that the vaccine, you can see the start of the influence of the vaccines in this part of the age. So we are really optimistic, and I hope to be back as soon as possible.
Cool. Yehuda, before I let you go and run your slot, I want to throw just the same question that I've thrown at all the people that I have had the pleasure of interviewing here in the live stream over the morning, which is, if you have to bring all your experience down to sort of one key takeaway on what data does for business, what would you respond?
I think what data did to business is, what I hope to data will and still doing to the business is to make a connection to the user. So I hope that the business and organizations use the data in order to connect to the users, not only to track people, and not only to sometimes manipulate people and things. I hope the data will enable people to connect to other people. And this is amazing if we can do it. And in order to do it, you need to understand more than to understand data. You need to understand people. And when you combine those things, I think amazing things can happen.
I could not agree with you more. It's essentially people, and then people in the context of consumers, or people in the context of business, etc. I totally agree. Yehuda, with that, thanks a lot. I didn't mean to dive into a deep interview with you, so I think you should just take it away now and run your slot.
Yeah.
Good to see you, man. Ciao.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kristoffer. Hi, everyone. My name is, as Kristoffer said, my name is Yehuda, and from Israel. And it's not the first time. I'm really exciting. It's not the first time I speaking in Super Week. Actually, last year I've been here in Hungary, and we were talking about the circles and how to understand users and how to ask better questions in order to understand user and people. But today I don't want to talk only about analytics and how to use data and everything. I want to talk about various things, and what I suggest when Zoli just asked me, do you want to participate? I said, yeah, I want to speak about something that I really like and I really love in my life, and this is my books in library. I have a lot of books in my library, and today I want to share with you a few of them. Books about life and marketing and people, and some of them on analytics, and we try to connect everything together. For each one of the book, I try to share with you an insight I have in order to make my life better and my business better. I'm a co-founder of a company called Think User, and what we are doing is we helping our customers to understand people better and to give them the better user experience and to understand how to improve performance by analyzing their behavior in website and applications and other things. But today I want to speak about various of things. And the first book I want to share with you is this book. I'm not sure everyone is familiar. One Small Step Can Change Your Life. And the reason that I really like this book is that I really believe that if you want to improve your performance, not only user performance or business performance or website performance, if you want to improve your live performance, so it's better to go with a small step each time and not to look for a big one, huge impact on your life when you do something. Sometimes our customer just tell us, all right, just let me know what I need to do in order to get the highest impact of how to improve my 100% double my business. And we always say that it's better to go with small steps in order to than to look for the small ones. And it's a good advice to of course to business and to and also life and relationship, of course. So this is a very, 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 very nice book. One step can change your life. Is the Kaizen way, if you know. So if you wanna try it, you can use. Another book that I really like in my library called Draw to Win. The author is Dan Rome, and the reason that I really like this book is whenever you want to explain anyone something, and it's really relevant to our business in analytics, when you want to explain anything, you want to show something, if you see that you explain someone something, and in the second time or the third time, he doesn't understand what you're saying, or he doesn't see the situation, stop explaining it and start drawing it. And every time I just did it, after 2 times or 3 times, that people don't understand me, and sometimes we are not understood. So in the third time, the second or third time that users or our colleagues or boss don't understand us, stop everything, take a white paper and just draw it. And in the minute that you start drawing it, people start understanding. Because visual image is a lot easier to understand by our brain, and we have so much noise on ourselves. So it's better to make it easy for people to understand us. So if you want people to understand you, start drawing. It's really amazing impact. And the next book is, maybe it's connected, is visual meetings. And the reason that I really recommend this book is what I learned from this book is, if you want to, again, to explain something, to show your colleagues or your boss any data, it's better not to start with the presentation. All right, all of us doing a lot of presentation during our days and weeks in work, but starting with optimization is good. But starting drawing your thought on a whiteboard, something is better. And why is it better? It's better because when you're drawing something on a whiteboard, all the people's eyes are on you, because you are creating the situation, and you are controlling the situation. All right. When you're drawing and not presenting with your presentation, you're creating the situation. So you're creating something from yourself, and you share something, and you can invite other people to share their thought. All right. In presentations, you can do it. So if you draw something, you can say, all right, what do you think about this? And people start talking about, all right, I think this one, and you start drawing what are the thoughts on the whiteboard. So it's better for engagement to start drawing and leave the presentation for a side, and you can do what I did in my business. I mean, sometimes we just said, all right, we don't want to have presentations. Just explain me, just draw it on whiteboard, and things are really, really exciting and more understood. So this book is Visual Meeting. It's really good, and I hope you take my advice. Another book that are really, really good is book name What the CEO wants to know. And I like this book partly because sometimes when you go to a meeting or you present something, any data in a meeting or something, sometimes you don't really understand what the other side is really need and want. All right. Sometimes I see other people that sit with their bosses or CEOs or vice presidents even, and what they present them is bounce rate. And sometimes it's not the right. Sometimes it's not the right things to present them. And try to understand. Try to think what is the other side need in order to make a decision. And sometimes the CEOs or the other people doesn't need a lot of metrics or a lot of kind of data that you just presenting them. So this book is just it talks about what your CEO wants from you. All right, what kind of metrics and how he just measure you. And this is really, really important, and I really like it. The next book is a book in Hebrew, but it's not only in Hebrew. In Hebrew, it's called Six Hats. In English, it's called Six Hats of Edward, Six Thinking Hat of Edward de Bono. And the reason that I really like this book is what de Bono is saying, that we really love our ideas and our thinking. And sometimes when we're sitting on a meeting or something, what we need to do is to wear another hat and to think something else that without this hat, we weren't think at all. I mean, if we against any idea or something, and we see that we are not agree with something, let's wear another hat. Let's wear another hat and think something else. And he gives six colors of hats, like the red one and the green one, and the yellow one is the growth hat. So if you wear the yellow hat on your head, now you need to tell me why you think is a very good idea. All right. So in a world of me, wearing another hat can be very valuable to you in the meeting and to your colleagues in the meeting, and it's really, really important to do it. So Six Thinking Hat by Edward de Bono, it's really nice book, and I recommend to read it. Another book that I really like, and I really like the author, is Linchpin by Seth Godin. And the reason that I really like this book is part of it because what Seth Godin says is it's good to have the technical skills and all the hard skills that you have. Like I'm really professional on doing something, very, very professional on implementing our data or something, and it's okay. But more valuable is to have a very good soft skills, like how you handle fear, and how are you with speaking with people, and how you understand. We just talked about, me and Kristoffer just talked about how to understand people. How are you with understand people, and how are you in listening to people, and how are you with recognizing people, and things like this. So the technical skills are very good, but are really, really duplicable. All right. So your soft skills are really hard to duplicate and to imitate, and because of that, they are more valuable. All right. So invest a lot of other skills, like technical skills and everything, but don't abandon your soft skills and your personal skills, because this is probably the most important thing in your boss's eyes. All right. So this is the book Linchpin. Just try it. It's very, very good. I really like it. The other book is more relevant for us as a web analyst and dealing with analytics and data and measurement. Is Storytelling with Data. And what I taking from this book is, it's not like all the other books. I mean, he talked about what kind of graphs and what kind of data and charts you need in order to present your data, but it also explains you how to tell your story. And this is really important, because the chart and graph and everything is good, but if you don't know how to organize your story, what to tell now and what to tell later, and when to tell the story and then to present the data, your storytelling is not good. So if in our work you start dealing with data and then you find a story, what I do in my presentation is, all right, I take all these things of data and story, but first I presenting the story and then I show the data in order to make it clear and in order to make people understand. And this is the best way I understand or I do it, and I recommend you to do it. So storytelling with data is not only for choosing your chart and choosing your graph and everything, it's also how to tell your story. And this is really, really important. All right. The other book is also another that I really like is Simon Sinek. Probably less familiar book is Leader Eat Last. Mostly in Israel, it's less familiar. But what I took from this book is that we have 4 chemicals that really control our body. Right? We have the dopamine, we have endorphins, we have the oxytocin and serotonin, and it's really valuable to understand what kind of chemicals running on our body that drives us to do something. All right. So what happened when your user sit in front of Facebook page or something? What kind of chemicals or what kind of things happen in his brain? So if you understand how our users think and how our users behave, we can understand what to give them. I mean, if we need to give them something calm, or we need to use another language, or we need to do something else in order to make them be more to rise the trust, increase the trust. So this is really ample. And if you want to read about these 4 chemicals, go to Simon Sinek Leaders Eat Last and read about it. It's really, really important. Another book that I really like I like all my books in my library, but this one is really good. Made to Stick by Tip Heath and Dan Heath. They are brothers. And what it says is how to make things that people will remember. I mean, this is only one sentence, but how to do things that really be remembered or be remarkable by you. And the reason I like this book is sometimes we just we showing our people, we showing our customers, we showing our bosses data and everything, and it's good. But sometimes if we want people to remember us, we need to do something, sometimes different things. Like one time we wanted in our office to show our customer a data. So what we did is to go down the street to bring a user, to bring a businessman from the street, bring him to the meeting, and he says how is small business acting and what is his challenges and everything. And it was really, really different than just presenting the data. We presented our real user. So presenting your data or presenting your thought in a different way is really valuable, and start thinking about how to present your numbers or things like this, or your thought or ideas or any data in different ways. And if you wanna understand how to do it, read Made to Stick. This is not it's not advertising. I mean, it's not just a recommended book, and I really like it. The next one is another book by Simon Sinek, and it starts with why. But I don't want to. Probably most of you are familiar with this book. I don't want you I don't want to start talking about starting with why and this golden secret and everything. What I want to encourage you is to start thinking about, all right, if I have something I want to track, if I want to have something I want to present my boss or to add to the dashboard, ask yourself, why are you doing it, right? Why are you doing it? I mean, and a very good way to start thinking like this is to understand, all right, if someone in the meetings ask me, why am I presenting this? Do I have an answer? And if I don't have a good answer, don't do it, right? Do things that you know why you are doing it. And Simon Sinek is not talking about this thing in particular, but this is what I took from this book, and I recommend you to take that. Another book that I really like called Atomic Habits by James Clear. I really like this book, and the reason I really like it is because not only the benefit of having habits for yourself, we try in our business to draw habits for our customers. We want them to understand what kind of dashboard or what kind of data they need to see at morning when they get into the office, and what kind of questions they need to ask once they see any data. All right. So habits are really important for you, and also important for the other people that you want to educate. All right. So we are dealing a lot of habits for our customers, and this is and draw habits for our customers is the best way to change the culture of data in an organization. All right, because any culture just change with behavior, and in order to change your behavior, you need to think about your habits. So read James Clear, Atomic Habits. Really good book. And the next one is not like analytics or something. The next one is Humans in New York. And the reason I chose to show you this book is that before I was a web analyst, I used to be a photographer. And my boss once told me that the great challenge in be a photographer. I used to be a photojournalist, and the biggest challenge to be a photojournalist is to bring the whole story in one image, in one picture. And sometimes I think it's also relevant for us as web analysts, as people that dealing with data, that if we can show something, show any idea or any story in one chart, I mean, this is amazing. And I had when I used to be a photojournalist, I had a dream to shoot a series of portrait, because I think in portrait you have all the object life in one image, and this is really valuable. And this is also the things that I try to do in our job when you're presenting data. If you can show data in one image, I think this is really amazing. So take this book or take another books of portraits and try to understand how you present. Like if the photojournalist or the photographer has presented one shot and tell you a story, how can you do it with your analytics or dashboard or whatever? All right. The next book is again a book of Seth Godin. I really like Seth Godin. I think I have all his books. Actually, he has 20, I think, and I have all of them. And from this book, I want to read for you a few sentences that talks about what people want. All right. Seth Godin asked what people want. So he said, what people want, the same thing everyone else is having, but different. A menu where the prices aren't all the same. More attention than the person sitting next to them. A slightly lower price than anyone else. A new model just a moment before anyone else, but only if everyone else is really going to like it. A seat at sold-out movie. Access to the best customer service person in the shop, preferably the owner. Being treated better, but not too much better. Being noticed, but not too noticed. Being right. So what I take from this text is sometimes we think about ourselves a lot, and we talked about in Sixth Hat. We think about it about ourselves a lot, but sometimes we need to understand. All right, the person in front of me, what does he want? What does he need? And if we can't tell it, maybe we need to ask him. Maybe we need to ask him, what do you want? And if you understand what people want, you probably probably understand their needs. And if you understand what people need, you can bring them better content, better data, better everything. And what Kristoffer and I just talked about is how data can connect people. I think if you have the right data and you understand people, when you connect them, it's amazing to understand what people really want. And if you give people what they want, you can get everything you want in life. We don't have so much time, and I'm really having fun. But the next book called 100 Things That I Learned in Culinary School. And one thing that I just took from this book is it's important to make sure that your food, as you make it, your food is really looks good on the plate, but it's more important that how the food looks on the fork. And when I'm taking it to our work in Google Analytics or measurement or data, what I suggest is it's not only important to show the most visualized dashboard and data and everything. It's really important to understand. How users can take it and present it to other person. And if you can do it, if you can do the last mile, you can understand. All right, I'm not only presenting a very visual and pretty dashboard. I know you can take it and use it by yourself to present it to others, to someone else. And so you can be smart as I am, all right? So we have 3 or 4 minutes, and what I want to show you is another tree, and this is also a book in Hebrew. It's called Nasiach HaKatan, but we call it in English is the Little Prince. And the reason that I really like, and all of you are probably familiar with the Little Prince, the reason I really like this book is when the fox meets the Little Prince, what the Little Prince told him that, all right, fox, you wanna play with me? And the fox just answered that I can't play with you because you didn't educate me. You didn't educate me. And the Little Prince asked him, what does it mean? And the fox just said that because you are just one of 1,000 other people or 1,000 other boys, it doesn't matter for me because you're all the same. So you didn't educate me for anything. And if you educate me to do something, you change something in me, we have a strong connection. And this is really important in our life, in our relationship, that if we can help other people to change and to help other people to make things, our connection will be much stronger. So if you the same as other people, and you do everything like the same, so your connection with people won't be so strong. So do something different and give the people what they want. And if we're talking about do things different, another book of Seth Godin is Purple Cow. Is how you can be purple cow when everybody around you is black and white, and how you can do something else that is more remarkable. And we have only a few seconds. The last book that I want to share with you is this book of Lonely Planet. I mean, in COVID-19 we cannot probably travel the world, but I have this book that I really like, and I want to show you the best place I like to travel now and ever, and it's in page 442, and this is Israel. And what I suggest you is to, after the COVID-19 is just finished, guys, come to visiting Israel. This is the best, I think, the best place in the world, like Jerusalem and everything. So I'm really inviting you to travel around here in Israel, and the weather is really amazing. The places are really amazing. We are waiting for you, and if you are around, we are located in Tel Aviv. Just call, Think User, and have a call, and we will host you very kindly. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I really like to speak with you on my books, and hope you take something with you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your safety, the use of devices for messaging, calls, or internet access is prohibited once aircraft doors are closed. Devices with a flight safe mode should have this feature enabled now. They should then be switched off for takeoff along with all other electrical equipment. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign is still on, so please remain in your seat with your seatbelt fastened until the signs have been switched off. We suggest that whenever seated, you keep them fastened. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin, and smoking is not permitted at any time. During the flight, we go through the cabin for EasyJet Bistro. Our fresh options available today are sandwiches filled with either coconut beans or grilled cheese. We also have a large range of snacks and drinks. You will find all the details about our products in the magazine, which is located in the seat pocket in front of you. Please now sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. And if you can be of any further assistance, please do not hesitate to contact one of us. Thank you.
Dames en heren, het seatbelt sign is nog aan. Wij verzoeken u in uw stoel te blijven en uw riem om te houden totdat het licht gedoofd is. Wij adviseren u de stoelriem om te houden terwijl u zit. Toiletten vindt u aan voor en achter in de cabine. We wijzen u erop dat roken niet is toegestaan. Tijdens de vlucht komen we bij u langs met onze bistro en boutique service. Informatie over onze producten vindt u in het tijdschrift in het opbergvakje voor u. Wij wensen u een plezierige vlucht. Als u nog wensen heeft, laat het ons weten.
Damen und Herren, da das Anschnallzeichen noch leuchtet, möchten wir Sie bitten, noch angeschnallt zu bleiben, bis der Kapitän das Anschnallzeichen ausgeschaltet hat. Wir empfehlen Ihnen, während des Flugs angeschnallt zu bleiben. Die Toiletten befinden sich jeweils am Kabinenende. Das Rauchen ist zu keiner Zeit gestattet. Wir werden im Verlauf des Fluges mit den Bistro-Boutique-Services durch die Kabine gehen. Nähere Informationen zu all unseren Produkten und Preisen können Sie dem Magazin entnehmen, das sich in der Sitztasche vor Ihnen befindet. Und nun lehnen Sie sich zurück, entspannen Sie sich und genießen Sie den Flug. Wenn wir Ihnen in irgendeiner Weise behilflich sein können, können Sie jederzeit eines unserer Crewmitglieder ansprechen.
Nous avons terminé l'embarquement. Nous allons bientôt partir. Je m'appelle Sylvie et je suis votre directrice de bord à bord du vol destination de Santiago. Votre équipage est heureux de vous servir en français, en anglais ainsi qu'en espagnol. Veuillez redresser le dossier de votre siège, rangez votre tablette et attachez votre ceinture. Les couloirs et les sorties secours doivent être dégagés. Les bagages ainsi que les appareils électroniques portatifs de grand format comme les ordinateurs portatifs doivent être rangés de façon sécuritaire. Les appareils électroniques portatifs devraient être réglés en mode avion. Si votre appareil électronique tombe dans votre siège, ne bougez pas votre siège et n'essayez pas de le récupérer vous-même parce qu'il y a un risque d'incendie. Avertissez immédiatement votre personnel de cabine pour que votre appareil soit récupéré sans danger.
Señoras y señores, hemos terminado de embarque, llegaremos en breve. Era nuestra jefa de cabina, Sylvie, para destinación a Santiago. Nuestra tripulación se complace en atenderles en inglés, francés y en español. Asegúrese que el respaldo de su asiento y la bandeja estén en posición vertical y que el cinturón de seguridad esté abrochado. Las salidas, los pasillos deben estar despejados y el equipaje, incluyendo los dispositivos electrónicos más grandes como los computadoras portátiles, deben estar bien guardadas. Los dispositivos electrónicos portátiles deben configurarse en modo avión. Si su dispositivo electrónico se cae dentro del asiento, no mueva el asiento ni trate de cogerlo usted mismo. Informe inmediato a un miembro de la tripulación para garantizar que el dispositivo se recupere con seguridad.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your safety, the use of devices for messaging, calls, or internet access is prohibited once aircraft doors are closed. Devices with the flight safe function have this feature enabled now. They should then be switched off for takeoff along with all other electrical equipment. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign is still on, so please remain in your seat with your seatbelt fastened until the signs have been switched off. We suggest that whenever seated, you keep them fastened. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin and smoking is not permitted at any time. During the flight, you go through the cabin bar EasyJet Bistro. Our fresh options available today are sandwiches filled with either Coquet meat or grilled cheese. We also have a large range of snacks and drinks. You will find all the details about our products in the magazine, which is located in the seat pocket in front of you. Please now sit back, relax and enjoy the flight, and if you can be of any further assistance, please do not hesitate to contact one of us. Thank you.
Dames en heren, het seatbelt sign is nog aan. Wij verzoeken u in uw stoel te blijven en uw riem om te houden totdat het licht gedoofd is. Wij adviseren u de stoelriem om te houden terwijl u zit. Toiletten vindt u aan voor en achter in de cabine. We wijzen u erop dat roken niet is toegestaan. Tijdens de vlucht komen we bij u langs met onze bistro en boutique service. Informatie over onze producten vindt u in het tijdschrift in het opbergvakje voor u. Wij wensen u een plezierige vlucht. Als u nog wensen heeft, laat het ons weten.
Damen und Herren, da das Anschnallzeichen noch leuchtet, möchten wir Sie bitten, noch angeschnallt zu bleiben, bis der Kapitän das Anschnallzeichen ausgeschaltet hat. Wir empfehlen Ihnen, während des Flugs angeschnallt zu bleiben. Die Toiletten befinden sich jeweils am Kabinenende. Das Rauchen ist zu keiner Zeit gestattet. Wir werden im Verlauf des Fluges mit den Bistro-Boutique-Services durch die Kabine gehen. Nähere Informationen zu all unseren Produkten und Preisen können Sie dem Magazin entnehmen, das sich in der Sitztasche vor Ihnen befindet. Und nun lehnen Sie sich zurück, entspannen Sie sich und genießen Sie den Flug. Wenn wir Ihnen in irgendeiner Weise behilflich sein können, können Sie jederzeit eines unserer Crewmitglieder ansprechen.
build robots. We build